You know, people often say that time is a bit of a flat circle. I think that's the saying. I don't remember exactly. But time is a bit of a flat circle. Now, you may be asking yourself this pertinent question. DAHO, why are you back basically in time about 5 months to the Bow tweet where she was, well, vague posting about, well, the environment of streaming that she currently exists in, talking about how if a larger content creator comes to an up-and-coming female content creator with a small growing audience and tries to approach you out of nowhere, and then you get showered with attention, love bombing is what she's describing there, in the DMs, you don't walk away, you run. Now, obviously, I just, resaid what the tweet is in a very scuffed way. I don't know why I did that. Shut up. Fuck you. We're back at this tweet. An objectively correct take. Now, I thought, given the timing of when this was released, this viral tweet, that basically the most idiotic sycophants and morons who, I'll just say it because I don't really give a shit, just hate women, decided to try to tear this apart with, unironically, I think some of the worst red herring arguments I think I have seen in a while. Basically, specifically fixating on the part where she specifies the term male. Now, the thing is with this fucking tweet is that you can pretty much interchange, because I've had a video about this before. I'll probably stick it in the description. Fuck it, why not? Hyper-specifically fixating on the fact that she is talking about male content creators or men in general is a red herring. There is no point in fixating on that in particular. You are not actually engaging with the actual premise of what she is saying if you are specifically fixating on the fact that she is talking about male content creators. The reason why she said male content creators is because in the current social media space that we currently all occupy right now, who are the most relevant and prevalent sort of creators that exist, that are at the top of the proverbial ladder? Men. Vast majority of them. That's not even a question. I don't even have to look at the statistics at this. Like, just even looking at the Twitch Top 100, and I've done this before in the exact video that I mentioned before, that I'm going to stick in the description. There was maybe like 2, maybe 3 women within the top 100, right? Maybe it's slightly changed. Maybe there's 3 women now. Whatever. Some progress. Very, very cool. So her saying this is not an attack on all men. This is a broader observation of things to look out for in the environment that she is currently in. Now, I thought that this was all in context to the Emiru allegations against Mizkif, right? Mizkif, piece of shit. Probably fucking abused Emiru. We have no idea, right? That's all still being worked out. We'll see exactly what happens in terms of the Emiru allegations. I know there's been like some interesting developments in terms of that, but I would like to just see it further develop in terms of, I suppose, either like whatever lawsuits going on, whatever legal actions being taken before we go forward to saying that, yeah, Mizkif is absolutely a piece of shit. Mizkif is a piece of shit tentatively, right? And he's trying to now shit on a bunch of abusers right now to try to get back in the good graces of some particular audiences and just get his get backs at people who he feels like they have gone after him, or like sort of they've had a bunch of spats before, yada yada yada. It's mostly a lot of like petty shit that doesn't necessarily matter 100% of the time. Blah 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 blah. Who really gives much of a shit about that at all, right? Now, it turns out that in reality, Bao was not actually talking about Emiru. A twist? How fascinating. My naive little brain could not have possibly seen this coming. She was actually talking about Sykkuno. Very interesting. HemomalVT came out with a Google Docky Oh boy, Google Docky. Exposing Sykkuno, a serial cheater, master manipulator, and dangerous predator. Now, we'll get to the terminology that is essentially being used here, right? I think these are pretty much, and we'll get into the allegations specifically. These are pretty much, I think, pretty much indisputable. I'm going to be honest. Completely indisputable. A lot of people are hyper-specifically fixating on the term predator. Now, predator, depending on the context, can mean various things at certain fucking times, right? I would say, personally, that the term predator, I think, is being correctly used. And I think that the corroborations or the allegations here can certainly substantiate the claim that, yes, Sykkuno more than likely was some form of a predator. A sexual predator, of course. And we'll get to exactly what's being said in the document, but a predator is essentially someone who is looking to exploit someone in a, a sexual manner, for like sexual favors, broadly speaking. Here, we can just pull up the fucking definition for you guys real fucking quick, I guess. Here, just a simple definition. Doesn't have to be anything incredible, like, or very, very complicated. Someone who follows people in order to harm them or commit a crime against them, right? AKA a sexual predator. Yada, yada, yada. Obviously, that's one way to describe a sexual predator. It's a little more fucking complicated than that. It's very, very fucking contextual. Once we get into, what is being alleged within the documents itself, I think it will be pretty safe to say that, yeah, there was some fucking potential for predation that was going on here. So a lot of people who are hyper-specifically fixating on semantics of terminology used is fucking stupid. But here, the actual allegations themselves in the Google document. Why don't we get started? On Valentine's Day this year, I was followed on Twitter by Sykkuno. I'm just moving myself out of the way a little bit. Here we go. I thought it was amazing that such a big content creator even knew I existed, let alone followed me on social media. He had been my role model and someone I looked up to for a long time. We'll be getting back to that at some point in time, because I feel like a lot of the detractors of this document do not understand the power of parasociality. Looked up to in a long time, ever since my days in high school. However, what I learned about Sykkuno after that day would make me regret my decision. Sykkuno is not the kind, soft-spoken character you see on stream. He's a serial cheater, liar, and manipulator who uses his status to get what he wants from as many women as possible, more specifically ones who are smaller or up-and-coming content creators, knowing that he can take advantage of them. Quite the fucking accusation. We'll get into it. After confiding in many others that have had similar experiences to Sykkuno, and if you've been on Twitter recently, there's been a lot. I realized that this was not an isolated incident. In fact, it was something that had been going on for multiple years. He always made sure to cover his tracks and never left a paper trail significant enough for someone to make this public, but now that has all changed. These are serious allegations, and I fully understand that they should not be treated lightly. I urge all other content creators who have been personally affected by Sykkuno's behavior to not remain silent, as I believe that there is strength in numbers. Standard Me Too stuff. Obviously, all the schizophrenics, the quote-unquote detractors that we're going to get into are, not particularly big fans of Me Too. This document will not only include proof from me, but from another victim who has given her consent as well. Below, you will find evidence that will expose his calculated pattern of love bombing and manipulation, as well as a recording of a voice call where he explicitly admits to all his wrongdoings and everything. A voice call. Now that is very damning evidence. We'll get to the voice call. So after Valentine's Day, this is our first conversation, I was excited about him following me, and that a friend who then urged me to strike up a conversation. I finally worked up the courage to send him a DM, and he replied right away. So she tries to fucking rizz him up. Okay, cool. Whatever. Again, a lot of people... Okay, just to get into the beginning of the shitting on. A lot of people say that this is clearly her fault because she's the one who has initiated the conversation. Sykkuno was the one who followed her. At some point in time, Sykkuno might have struck up the conversation, right? But as she says herself, she was excited. She was, he was her fucking idol, right? You know, idol culture. This is how parasociality, generally speaking, works, right? And she got the courage worked up in order to DM someone, right? Like, this is a thing that can fucking happen sometimes, right? And he decided to reply right away. I'm surprised that he replied right away. That can be inherently suspicious in some cases. Like, giant content creator replying to someone who's a relative nobody in comparison to him? That's pretty crazy. So they're getting along well. You know, they're inviting to play games with one another. In the same first conversation, he brought up what kind of games he liked to play and invited me to play with him after a convention. So what? They're talking about games. They're talking about, I guess, general sort of hobbies, commonalities, yada, yada, yada. Probably with a lot of these, like, initial DMs, we're going to, like, speed through them more so because they're just, I don't know, introducing themselves to one another, building up social rapport, you know, pretty fucking standard stuff, yada, yada, yada. Yes, they play different games, yada, yada, yada. They talk with each other, blah, 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 blah. And they exchange Discords, right? Discord name is Mal. By the way, you can add me whenever you're free. Free anytime soon. Was just asking, because else I might get tired before we can play. Sorry it took so long. It's fine. Playing QP. Quick play. Oh boy. Let's see. They're still trying to arrange time in order to play with one another. I believe Sykkuno, as is being indicated here so far, he was at a convention at the time when the follow happens, and then the conversation was initially being struck up. So now we're moving on to Discord DMs. So interest in where I live. For context, this is still the same day as the first conversation. So still on February 15th, immediately moving to Discord. That's very, very fast. And a few hours apart, since I'm in the EU time zone and he's in the US time zone, right? I believe Sykkuno is Pacific, more than likely. So depending on where, it could be like a solid like 9-10 hours apart, something like that. I have no idea where Mal herself lives in the EU. But it could be, you know, upwards to like 8-10 hours apart, something like that. Things started out innocently enough with him inquiring about fun things to do where I live, such as aquariums and conventions, TwitchCon EU specifically. I'd like to point out that I said we could go on a date to make up for Valentine's. He not once expressed to me any discomfort or that he wasn't single. Now, that's going to be pretty fucking key to all of this. So, she offers to hang out, have a date with him, whatever, if he's ever in the area for, like, TwitchCon EU, yada, yada, yada. How far away? Last days for May. Well, okay, it's actually only a few months away. Well, it really sneaks up. If, you know, they want to fucking hang out, have a date, blah, 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 blah. I don't know. Do fucking basic standard shit. Now, I know that people are probably going to hyper-specifically fixate on the term date to say, like, clearly this was all for other fucking intentions. Now, as Mal herself said, she probably would not have asked him out on a date. Okay, if we just, like, think about this for 3 seconds, and why I said it is pretty fucking key that he didn't specify that he was single, right? And the Mujin videos because we're gonna take a look at the Mujin video, is going to more so get into why he probably does not specify that he is single. But I have to ask this question: do you really think that Mal, unless she's I don't know, incredibly socially inept, do you think that she would have asked him out on a date, for example, if she knew that he wasn't single? Like, I have to ask that fucking question, right? Just some food for thought. Following my private Instagram. He would also follow my personal private Instagram that is only available to my IRL friends and family while using his official Sykunno account. Now that is rather fucking interesting. I would have been nice to have known the exact time frame for this exactly. I'm not sure if it is correct for me to operate under the assumption that this all happened on the exact same day. If that is the case, that's fucking wild. I guess in terms of like the sort of like advancements of the relationship. Now you may be thinking to yourself, DAHO, why the fuck does that matter? Following people on like various fucking social media accounts, blah 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 blah. Sykkuno is massive, dude. Like millions of followers across multiple platforms: YouTube, TikTok, Twitch, Twitter, yada yada yada. He's a massive fucking creator, right? Following someone all of a sudden out of the blue on Twitter is insane enough. And then immediately striking up a conversation right after that, or, you know, not him initiating the conversation, Mal deciding to initiate the conversation, because, you know, just like, fuck it, YOLO, swag, whatever. Just like throw the fucking word out there, see what happens. She's parasocial. That's why she wanted to fucking talk with the guy. He was, broadly speaking, highly desired. He's like an idol sort of character, blah, 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 blah. An idol character, especially one that Mal herself also liked quite a bit. The fact that Sykkuno was fucking following her, of all people. Parasociality, man. That's the key word here. It is an incredibly powerful force. The fact that she decided to be like, fuck it, I'll try to strike up a conversation. You know, if you miss all the shots you don't take, it's like, you know, it's like the fucking Steph Curry meme, where he like is on the moon and the basketball is being shot towards the fucking earth. It's like, yeah, fuck it, like whatever. He's my idol. If I can like strike up a fucking a conversation with him and it works out, yada yada yada, or something, great, fantastic, very very cool, and I'm able to talk with my idol, I'm gonna be very very happy. If that's not the case, it's not the case. It doesn't work out, and he just decides to like block me or whatever the fuck. Okay, like I mean that's kind of shit, kind of weird behavior, but whatever. I'm going to move on with my life. The fact that he's already, like, following her fucking private Instagram account is pretty fucking crazy. Like, I'm not sure, again, time frame kind of matters for this. How potentially fast it may have fucking happened. I guess in terms of, like, relative speed. That's ultimately a different fucking question. But I'm kind of rambling here a little bit. The fact that it's already gone to this point is pretty fucking crazy, right? Like, pretty fucking crazy. Making plans to meet me in person. In this 2-hour Discord gaming call, the same day as our first conversation. Damn, this is still the same day. Jesus Christ. Well, I guess, you know, time zones, right? It's the 16th of February in comparison to the 15th, right? Same day as our first conversation, Sykkuno made plans to meet me IRL. It was set to be the same weekend as Dokumi 2026, since he was flying over anyway to attend TwitchCon EU. Going to the aquarium would be our first date. I also learned there's a 15-year age gap between us. Now, this is where I would personally also say the Predator sort of allegations, I think, have more of a sticking point. I believe Mal herself, yep, she is 20. I believe when these DMs were happening, she was aged 19. I believe that's also corroborated within the Mujin video, right? So Mujin specifies her age there. And I had no idea this guy's fucking 34. He's 34? That's insane. I'm fucking 30, man. Like, what the fuck is going on? Why are we... Bro, why are we, like, fucking following... I don't know, random girls on Twitter or whatever, immediately striking up DM conversations, and then, like, advancing to the point that, you know, they're just hanging out and playing games with one another and shit like that. That's fucking crazy. Like, that's wild. Considering the fact that, we're going to get into it as well, that he has a fucking girlfriend as well. Considering all this. It's insane. So that's their DMs. I guess what? They're playing with one another. Yada, yada, yada. Fun hanging out, though. Find the best of reels to send. Reels. Oh. Instagram, probably. So I guess they're like DMing each other also on fucking Instagram as well. Okay. Now here's where it gets, I guess, in my opinion, I think fucking even crazier. Making plans to move in together. With Sykkuno, our relationship moved so incredibly fast, it almost felt like a dream. It was like he could make anything I wanted to happen. Well, I mean, he is a multimillionaire, so. And as someone as prolific and successful as him, I had no reason to doubt anything he said to me. That's true. I mean, again, this is where the parasociality aspect comes in as well, right? She's, like, unironically hanging out with her fucking idol. Like, this is like a dream fucking come true. And the fact that, bro already followed her personal Instagram account. They start playing games together. They're DMing each other on Discord. They already DM'd each other on fucking Twitter after, like, he followed her just kind of randomly out of the blue because, I don't know, like, she's probably a good-looking VTuber lady or some shit. I don't fucking know. That's probably my assumption. Listen, 9 times out of 10... you can operate under the assumption that most women who are VTubers probably look good, okay? Like, that's the sort of general pattern of behavior that I've, broadly speaking, sort of come to the conclusion of. The fact that this is, like, happening all in this way, and this is where I think it becomes more so into the predator allegation, so it more so plays into that, considering the fact that he's a 34-year-old man, randomly following her out of nowhere, striking up a conversation, immediately starting to play games with one another, DMing each other on, like, a personal sort of, like, basis like this, and now talking about wanting to move in together because he's a multimillionaire is genuinely fucking crazy, dude. These screenshots show that Sykkuno and I were intending to adopt a cat and have me possibly move into his house. I told him we couldn't get a cat yet due to me not being a U.S. citizen and possibly having visa issues. I mean, you know, Trump administration, blah, 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 blah. Keep in mind this conversation happened 2 days after the first conversation. So the moving in stuff is already happened 2 days after. 2 days! That's insane! Now, okay. The term predator, right? A lot of people are hyper-specifically fixating on that in particular. She is a 20-year-old girl meeting her idol that she used to follow during fucking high school. Sykkuno was massive during the COVID pandemic, keep in mind, right? That's where he gained most of his fucking prominence, playing like Abugus and whatnot. The fact that he was already talking to her in her fucking DMs after just following her out of the blue and sort of accelerating to this particular point, right, where they're now making move-in plans together to adopt a fucking cat is fucking wild to me. That is insane. Just insane, the fucking speed of everything that's going on. Again, 2 days after the initial conversation, which again plays more into the fact that this was more than likely being done out of some form of exploitative power dynamic sort of, sense, right? So here's them talking about moving in with one another, talking about pets, the cat adoption, broadly speaking, going on here, yada, yada, yada. I guess she has a pet or whatever. I mean, they were talking about her moving in specifically to the United States of America. What? Could name a cat. I'm trying to see. Is there anything really interesting here? This is her talking about becoming an American citizen, then there being potential visa issues. I mean, there shouldn't be really many... Like, where in fucking Europe does she live? Is there a flag combo? We got any flag combo? No, she doesn't have a flag combo. I mean, it shouldn't be that hard, right? She is from the EU. There shouldn't be many visa issues. Whatever. Listen, it would only be a problem, Mal, if you were a visible minority. That's really about it. We had known each other for barely a few days, and this 34-year-old man was already expressing interest in moving in together to live in the same house. Yeah, this is inherently fucking suspicious, and where I do think it gets more into the predator territory here. Again, 15-year age gap, 34-year-old, 19-year-old at the time, she's 20 now, doesn't really make much of a difference there. Just graduated out of fucking high school, talking with her idol that she met in high school, or not met, but watched in fucking high school, and I would assume, I think she's in university, if I were to take a guess. I mean, that's the age range for university, so I assume she probably also studies on top of that. The fact that it has gotten to this point is genuinely fucking crazy to me. Lying about being single in dating history. In this screenshot, Sykkuno said he has only ever had one relationship in his entire life. I would eventually find out that was a lie, and that he had been dating and living in the same house as his girlfriend for years, and that I was not the only girl on the internet that he had spoken to on a daily basis. Damn, he's got the fucking the riz and whatnot. You know, idol. He's going to have a lot of girls, broadly speaking, who will probably want to fucking talk to him. As I've mentioned before, Sykkuno is one of the few... I don't think I've mentioned this before, but Sykkuno is one of the few streamers who his analytics and his ratios are completely and utterly fucking different in comparison, right? He is one of the few who has a majority female audience. Now, that is very rare, right? Because he played significantly into the quote-unquote the boy failure sort of archetype, and he very, very much played into a lot of that idol culture. Heavy amounts of fucking parasociality, right? Listen, it's not just a thing that happens between, like, your fucking Oshi or whatever the fuck, and all the, like, unwashed gamer masses that exist in their fucking houses or whatever the fuck, right? This is also something that can happen between the men and women as well, right? It's not a fucking ridiculous thing. I mean, you've been in relationships before. It's not like it's your first relationship. IDK lol. I've only actually dated someone once, and they broke up with me. So yeah, I just think I think I'm just not very good. So probably it's just a me issue. Did you never like do anything for your ex, like at all? I mean, I think I did. I don't think she thought I did. So yeah, but I mean, has their own. Everyone has their own way of what they want. So it's important to be like, are you getting what you want? And if you're not, I totally understand. Such as, okay, it doesn't really go into any further than that. So, from what we understand, apparently this has been a lie. This is being said here, of course. I'm trying to think, like, anything inherently sussy here? I mean, this could potentially be sussy. Well, now, knowing what we fucking know now, then yeah, this is apparently inherently fucking sussy, right? Because the whole thing is that he's playing into the quote-unquote sort of boy failure sort of archetype, right? Like, oh, woe is me. I'm just a failure of a boy. Look at me. I'm like an uwu sort of soft boy. Whoa. But you know, if you decide to come into my life, you could potentially fix me, kind of a thing. Yada yada yada, right? Sexting. Oh, we're getting spicy now. We texted every single day, and these interactions would be charged with flirting and suggestive topics. I would send him suggestive pictures and audios, and he would confirm that he touched himself to them. Damn, he did. I wonder if Sykkuno is the type to do a cum tribute. That'd be funny. Additionally, he'd always act flustered and inexperienced, keeping up the illusion of his on-stream innocent persona. Yes. So, again, it's an act, right? Shy, timid boy failure, dude who thinks that he's very, very socially awkward and experienced, needs the girl to come into his life to try to fix his shit, yada yada yada. We'd also talk regularly about date ideas and things we'd like to do together in the future when we'd meet up IRL. Topics that are usually discussed between two adults who are clearly romantically interested in each other. Don't really disagree with that. For the most part, like, no, most people probably not be doing that. Maybe if you're like, okay, the date ideas, yeah, no. I mean, if you're like platonic friends or whatever the fuck, I mean, sometimes you could potentially talk about things you'd like to do in the future if you'd meet up IRL. It depends on the activities, of course. So, technically speaking, you could make an argument against that point in particular, right? But I mean, even then, I don't really think that was basically the sort of position there that was being expressed in these DMs, especially considering the fact that, well, based off of what Mal is saying here, the Sykkuno would, I don't know, fucking jerk off to pictures of her, allegedly, of course. On top of texting, we also called almost every day. Even after he'd stream for over 8 hours, we talk and play games regularly. One thing I'd noticed is that every time we called and when he spoke, he'd be whispering and never fully use his voice. His excuse was that it was because he was tired after a long stream. And I don't really find that to be suspicious. I mean, sure, yeah, like, using your voice for 8 hours, constantly talking, can certainly be very tiring, very taxing on the vocal cords. That's not actually the fucking case. Yeah, because she now realizes that he was quiet because his girlfriend lived with him and he didn't want her to hear. Right? Yeah. So he was quieting his voice to make sure that his girlfriend would not fucking overhear. Very, very manipulative. You did TwitchCon for me. Tale on B-side. I've never heard of it. Oh, let's watch something then. We should. Cooked Netflix dating show, because those are funny, or both. Whoa, Netflix and show, what the... play Helldivers, Overwatch, watch a show after, because I low-key want to play Overwatch because of the Sanrio skins. I want to take most of it. You do? Yeah, you like the audio recording I sent you, huh? Oh my god. Well, yes, you sounded really cute in that too. Did you ever re-listen to it? Or only that once? Thank you. I tried my best to sound good for you. Wait, why'd you send me $81? Oh, interesting. So, Sykkuno is starting to send her money after getting a fucking voice recording for her. Interesting. Oh, you said you wanted the new Resident Evil game. Oh, I mean 81 specifically 81. It just translates to 100 for USD. Work it out together. I could spot you, JK. Gym dates are also cute. Oh, okay. So, a proposed gym date. Fun. Where I guess they, like, what? Work out together or some shit? Whatever. I don't fucking go on dates. Whatever. Not gonna lie, some people I know are like, spend 2 hours in the gym every day, and I'm like, I'd be tired before 2 hours. I think I'd be tired in like 15 minutes max. 2 to 3 hours in the gym. I mean, yeah, a lot of people who go to the gym go on gym dates. It's just fun for helping each other during workouts, for like a spotting partner, so then you don't have to ask a stranger to be a spotting partner. I get it. Makes sense. Get flustered so easily because I'm not. I've never done like this kind of thing before. Lol. Okay, we know that's a lie, right? Because of all of the women he's had DMs with, broadly speaking. Such a spicy video. Oh my god. Don't like it, which is crazy because I'm older than you, but like, I haven't really dated much, so you have me now. My XP bar is low. So that's like the line that everyone is hyper specifically fixating on. It's very gamer. He knows exactly the fucking person that he's playing to. Ooh, that's a fucking slick one. Well, that's a line that's now forever fucking tainted. It's fucking Jover, dude. But no, I do it. I've never gone something like this before. Yes, I like it. It's so good. I can't wait to use it later. What does he mean by that? I've kind of wondered if you ever touched yourself while watching what I sent to you. What? Why would you ever wonder that? Well, because they're spicy pictures and videos, of course I wonder if you put them to use. That's certainly a way to put it. I'll definitely put this one to use. So, you've never done so before? Maybe. I want a yes or no. Yes, of course I have. How could I not? Well, it's starting to get a little spicy, shall we say. Going back to sleep. Good rest. Don't have to send me what the heck, but I hope you feel good. As you look... you feel as good as you look. I know you said you weren't feeling great, too great yesterday. Feeling a bit better, yeah. Love getting compliments from you. So good morning, handsome. What are you up to? So, you know, I guess everything's getting a little fucking spicy now. Interesting. The relationship is beginning to further develop, and based off of the time frame, this is about a month later. Yeah, it's okay. I don't really have like a good barometer for this in particular, mostly because I am a fucking loser ass shut in. I'll admit to this, okay? I'm not stupid, right? I don't really give much of a shit what people may fucking think of me of being a loser ass shut in. Whatever. I have my reasons for taking the Volcel pledge for 16 fucking years. Get on my fucking level, incels. You have no fucking idea about the Volcel pledge. But the fact that, like, I don't know, they are long distance, right? Mal's in the EU, Sykkuno's in the United States. Exchanges of, I would assume, spicy pictures, probably like what, implied nudity, I don't know, fucking ASMR, what the fuck, spicy voice shit, yada 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 type shit. And bro confirms to fucking masturbating to them. I mean, and this is all happening in about a month. Shit's fucking accelerating rather quickly, I have to say. So a sugar daddy, eh? He's a bit of a sugar daddy. Interesting. Less than a month later, Sykkuno would randomly ask for my PayPal account in DMs. He'd then waste no time sending me money unprompted. So this is the $81 for the Resident Evil game. Well, euros, of course. And then randomly 200 euros. So, yeah, starting to, I guess, reward her, I guess, for like lack of a better term, creating more of an incentive structure to essentially have her continuing the fucking relationship, right? The proverbial trap is beginning to close more and more. Yeah, that's true, Boy Meets Mini. Very, very cool. Something that I'd later realize was simply a behavioral pattern that he'd employ with women he'd express interest in. I want to reiterate that I never asked him for his money, and he did this of his own volition. Well, based off of the DMs, the only instance of this happening was within the DMs that have been sort of shown is just her interest in Resident Evil 9 because she expressed interest in the game, and then Sykkuno sent money after that. She never asked to Sykkuno to send her money at any point in time. Bought me both a gym jacket linked below and Resident Evil 9 because I had expressed interest in the game. I'm curious why a particular jacket. Could have been because of, I don't know, Throne, wishlist, some shit like that. Just curious. Still not asleep either. Fell asleep. Good morning. What's your PayPal so I can buy you games later? So, straight to the point, Jesus. Yeah, I would also be like, wow, okay. Asking for my PayPal immediately? That's fucking kind of wild. And this is 2 weeks into this fucking relationship, man. PayPal exchange. Okay. Need to update my email to my PayPal because it's my old name before I rebranded. This is the jacket, right? It's kind of crazy. It's an American thing. Want me to send it back? No, I wanted you to get a nice gym fest, lol. Well, I mean, especially because it seems like you're really passionate about working out, so I thought it'd be nice. Playing very much so. Listen, this is standard fucking abuser tactics. The red flags in my brain are constantly fucking going off, okay? This is some wee woo territory fucking shit, okay? Like, that's what I'm saying. But again, you may be wondering, right? Like, okay, if you're seeing the red flags, DAHO, and you're like a fucking social shut-in, how the fuck did she not see them? Parasociality, man. Parasociality and parasocial relationships are incredibly fucking powerful. As stipulated by Mal herself, she said that Sykkuno was her fucking idol in high school. And getting a random follow from your fucking idol all of a sudden, and he starts immediately DMing you, and you start immediately playing games instantly on day one after your idol fucking follows you, is insane, dude. That's crazy. Like, in terms of the sheer acceleration of this relationship, like exchanging, like she gave him her PayPal 2 weeks into the relationship. They're exchanging. I was gonna say I don't know, like spicy texts with one another about a month into this relationship now, because operating under the assumption that initially they probably didn't express interest into one another. The fact that it's going this fast is pretty fucking crazy. And again, this is Sykkuno, I think, taking advantage of the fact that Mal has a parasocial relationship specifically with Sykkuno. And this is why I, broadly speaking, have no idols. Don't fucking listen. I understand it's difficult. It's obviously, I can't just say forehead, just like don't do it. That's not how that works, right? These are all psychological tactics that are being employed by these people on purpose, that are purposefully made in order to appeal to particular sets of audiences, right? Like Sykkuno, he knows what he's doing, right? By him presenting himself in this sort of like shy-ish, very timid, like boy failure sort of matter, where he just needs a girl to come in and fix him. We've seen the archetype in a bunch of different women constantly before, right? This is a very, very common archetype of person, right? You've seen them all over fucking social media trying to bait for clicks on like OnlyFans stuff. It's the same fucking tactics, right? Like, whereas at least with like the OnlyFans models, I mean, they're being rather fucking explicit about it, right? Like, very, very fucking explicit. Whereas with this, not so much. Not so much. This is something that you kind of have to like figure out after like a solid period of time. It's not that fucking easy, guys. It's really not. That's the fucking jacket. There's the Twitter status of the fucking jacket. A calculated pattern of love bombing and manipulation. So after speaking to Elfilea, I believe that is the second VTuber, I believe, that Sykkuno was also DMing a few days ago, we were able to corroborate our experiences with Sykkuno and learn that we were both victims of his. We had no idea that he was talking to both of us at the same time. Interesting. So, again, this is where a lot of dumbasses will say, like, this was all meant to be a coordinated effort in order to take down and destroy someone who is, yes, a bad thing and a cheater, but is just clearly a fucking player. It's not how that exactly works, right? With Sykkuno, he is the one who has ultimate agency in this fucking relationship. He is the one holding the power in this current fucking dynamic, right? Now, I'm not 100% certain in terms of Elfilea's case, but going off of Mal's case here, but I assume that this is probably also the case for a lot, and I mean a lot of, and I mean, that's a very, very good point, Boy Meets Mini. When one person speaks up, it gives courage to others to speak up, not a conspiracy. We saw this pattern of behavior constantly throughout the Me Too movement, right? If someone just randomly decides to just put out allegations out into the ether, what's going to happen? A lot of the fans are probably going to come in and attack that and try to destroy the career of the person who are trying to bring in the allegations. You have to be very calculated and careful with this and make sure that you have, as has been indicated by Mal herself, strength within numbers. Now, luckily, the people who do the anti-Me Too stuff, as a minority of a population, they still exist. They're stupid, loud, and annoying. We'll probably get into some of them. They are pieces of shit. Should, broadly speaking, be people who are broadly discarded. All pieces of garbage. Period. End of story. Should really go without saying. The idea, basically, of someone going after someone who is as massive as Sykkuno, multimillionaire, probably like at least 10 million plus followers across multiple fucking platforms. He is someone with a lot of prominence. He is someone with a lot of power. He is someone with a lot of resources at his hand who can very easily destroy somebody's life, career, social media presence easily. If you basically are not very calculated or sort of fuck this all up, essentially. And because, again, like I mentioned before, the fans that Sykkuno has built a very, very parasocial relationship with are going to immediately come in and try to attack the person personally. They'll try to dig up literally anything from their past that's like can throw some form of a doubt into the wind. Kind of difficult with Mal here specifically, considering the fact that she is an up and coming VTuber. But they'll use that specifically as a way to attack the fact that she's just using this for clicks, money, social media prominence, clout, yada yada yada. When that's not, I don't think that's really the case here in particular, like whatsoever. We had no idea. He had talked to both of us at the same time. Sykkuno is known to send hundreds of dollars to the girls he wants to get involved with. This screenshot is from when he took my friend Elfilea to Paris during the 2025 TFT tournament, along with sending her 500 euros to help her move into her new apartment. Damn, that's crazy. Clearly see this was sent from his business email and the PayPal account. I mean, screenshot certainly corroborates that. And this is now getting into Elfilea specifically, what he did with her. So paying for another girl to fly out to him. Again, if it was any other person, so for example, a Jake Lang, for example, right? Jake Lang recently got catfished trying to meet up with a fucking 16-year-old girl to have an implied sexual relationship with. Very, very implied, allegedly. Which, of course, he ended up sort of confirming to. Now, am I saying that this is the exact same sort of case with Sykkuno? No. I'm not saying that. It is rather analogous, right, to behaviors, patterns of behaviors of what men have done in the past before in terms of love bombing, having very, very positive social interactions in order to potentially, meet up with someone for some form of a sexual favor. This is a very, very common line of behavior, right, that has been done before. So these are their DMs, which he offered to pay for her flight to TFT Paris, as well as food and hotel fees there. Interesting. So deciding to give her a bunch of money for a trip that she wanted to go to TFT Paris so they can meet with each other. Fascinating. And to pretty much take care of her financially during the trip. Now, I know that this is like a broader, this is a line and pattern of behavior that's happened before. Like sometimes, I don't know, if you leave a very good impression upon someone who, I don't know, is really fucking rich, they'll just offer to pay for like all of your fucking expenses or some shit during a con. I know this is something that's happened before. I think this is something that Heavenly has talked about before, where he leaves like such a good impression on people, socially speaking, that they offer to pay for him for a bunch of stuff, which is like, that's like fine, right? Because you met each other at the con. It's not like a pre-proposed sort of thing, but it is something that can also very, very easily like spiral out of control and can potentially be really, really bad. It just depends on the context. From what I understood from like Heavenly Father, it was like not that big of a deal. Probably going to Paris later this year for sure. I'm not sure on TwitchCon yet. I'm afraid I don't know enough people. It's unfortunate. I mean, maybe, but I'm scared. I can understand that. I'd probably be two. I only know two people, and the rest I've never met before. Well, that's scary. Well, I might, but you should come to Paris when I go. Is it close? Paris is pretty easy to go to, yeah, since it's in the EU. I'm not sure where does Elfilea exactly live within the EU. I'm assuming she lives within the EU, something like that. I mean, Sykkuno, I don't know why you're saying this in particular. Didn't you go to these events with probably, because you're officially part of, I think it's, it's Scarra's and DisguisedToast's like streaming organization. Do you remember Boy Meets Mini? It's not OTK. Isn't it AFK or some shit? It's something along with those fucking lines. A gamer related term. Yeah, don't you know like those people, right? Like I'm a little fucking confused here. Like you be going with them? Seems a little interesting. You know, just some food for thought. Paris is easy to go to. Better hang out when I get there. And I might go to OfflineTV. How the fuck did I forget that? Yeah, it's OfflineTV. Wow, I'm a fucking dumbass. But thank you, Boy Spinny. I might go to TwitchCon maybe. I'll have to see, because I know nothing and no one there and it's expensive. I'll pay for it, don't worry. Well, really, you do that, so that's him confirming that he'd pay for the entirety. Blah, 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 blah. You have to deal with my annoying ass, though. I gotta choose the places. Deal. I'll annoy you so much, though. Lol, I'd be like, Kuno, let's go out to get boba. I'm hiding behind you whenever you talk to people, though. Lol. Boarding now. See you soon. See you soon. You have the hotel info. You're fine. You never have to pay for anything. Don't worry, lol. How much is a flight usually from Netherlands? Wait, you're taking a fucking plane from the Nether... Girl, why are you taking a fucking plane to the Netherlands? What is this? Girl, take a fucking goddamn train. Listen, okay. Train autism time. Everyone, train autism time. Factorial autism time. Bro, if we're... Okay, let's assume Amsterdam, right? You take a train to Paris. That's not that fucking far. Why are we taking a fucking plane? What, is it because it's significantly faster? Nah, I don't respect this. Well, not the allegations, of course. That's not what I'm saying here. I don't respect this choice of transportation. This upsets me. I am now triggered. My autism is now triggered. Fuck you, bastard. How much is the flight back? Usually from Netherlands and Paris and back. I think I'm going for like a TFT tournament or something like that. Now, Elfilea's experience. Elfilea would talk to Sykkuno on and off for the span of 5 years. So that pretty much confirms that the relative sort of, shall we say, time frames here confirms what Mal was saying, right? That this was a thing that was happening throughout multiple years. Yep, 5 fucking goddamn years. That's fucking crazy. During that time, she had absolutely no idea that he had a girlfriend in the 5 years that she had known him, and on and off flirted with him. Anytime she would bring up the topic of his love life, he would give her the response of playing too many games and not going out enough to meet women to date. Now, well. During the 5 years, so at the very least, we can now see, well, okay, I'm a bit of a dirty pre-watcher, okay? I'm a dirty pre-watcher. I'm a dirty pre-reader, okay? We know that he's had this girlfriend for about 5 years. Since 2021, he has been in a long-term relationship with someone. And he's been flirting with all of these differing fucking girls throughout the entirety of those 5 fucking years. Much to the distraught and dismay of his fucking girlfriend. So the girlfriend is also suffering as well. It's fucking crazy. Also, I have a question for you. Why are you single? Like, how? It's a crazy question. I think it's a combination of, like, playing too many games. So, this is very, very similar to the exact same thing that he said also to Malf as to why he was, well, also fucking single, right? Never making sure to use the same excuse, but, you know, something along the lines that seemed very, very palatable. Same calculated behavior and patterns, using his nerdy gamer boy facade to lure women into a false narrative, right? That's not false. You're cute, you're this sweet to all girls, or am I just lucky? Well, lol, only to the ones I think are cool. And this is an instance right here of Sykkuno also following Elfilea's personal Instagram account, confirming a pattern of behavior, because this is the exact same stuff he did to Mal, right? I assume, probably similar to Elfilea, followed her probably on Twitter, got into the fucking DMs on Twitter, started DMing each other on fucking Discord, and then following on the fucking private fucking Instagram, right? Exact same thing. We're going to get to that, AJ. We're going to get to that relatively soon, because he did end up hooking one up with one. This girl right here, I believe. Here's proof. Sykkuno was in Paris for the TFT event. I believe probably for OfflineTV. Around this time, too, directly from his Twitter. Oh my god, I was playing WoW, saw this play, reminded me of you. Oh, you got reminded of me, that's cute, of course. I was gonna ask, were you planning on going to like Offkai or anything like that. I wish, but unfortunately I cannot. My rent is now 800 euros a month, and I'm fully living fully off of my savings, so I canceled all my travels for the years. To add even more salt to the wound, after Elfilea's Paris trip, and 2 weeks after he had started talking to me, saying things like he wants to move in with me and such, he would message Elfilea asking her if she'll be at Offkai. That is proof that he'd be talking to more than one woman at the same time. That's definitely undeniable. Planning a hookup for every event he went to. He was doing this while giving the impression that he wanted something long-term, and all while also having a girlfriend since 2021. Since 5 years ago. A 5-year fucking girlfriend. Well, I guess they're probably broken up at this point. It's fucking crazy. Elfilea and I weren't friends until I found out that he was cheating on his girlfriend. Damn. So they did. Elfilea and Mal had no fucking idea. This is something that developed in about 2 fucking goddamn weeks. Now, a lot of dumbasses will basically say, like, how can you instantaneously become friends with someone over just, like, this alone? Just in, like, 2 fucking weeks? Dog, this is something that's incredibly fucking common with women. Very, very much so. A lot of women very often share rape stories with one another, or at the very least some weird sussy sexual stories with one another, and they very often find rapport and commonality through trauma, right? Trauma bonding. This is 101 fucking tier shit, right? It's very, very fucking simple. Let's see. Elfilea and I weren't friends until I found out that he was cheating on his girlfriend. This is when we both got into contact with each other and shared our stories. She deserves the world. More fucking DMs. What? Oh my god, my friend just asked me, said he's going to a VTuber anime convention in Germany after. Oh, I heard about that, I think. I'll be there from Thursday to Monday. Fell asleep, no worries. Morning, how's your day? Awful, spent the whole day crying. Crying right now. Why do some men cheat? I'll never understand. Damn. That is... Damn. That's crazy. Rumors and broken friendships. As I mentioned in the intro, no one made a public statement before because they never had sufficient evidence. That's true. That's what I was mentioning before. If you're going to put together a document like this and allegations like this, you need to make sure it's fucking bulletproof, because all of the little fucking leeches are going to come out of the woodworks to try to pick it apart. Broadly speaking, when we're talking about Me Too situations like this, you believe the victims until or unless otherwise is said. However, we may not need to wait for otherwise being said. Like I said before, we're going to get to the fucking Mujin video and the call that Sykkuno had. He gets confronted in a fucking Discord call by Mal, where he admits to basically everything, which is pretty fucking damning. Like, we may not even have to wait for Sykkuno's side of the fucking story. Interesting. It's still good practice to do as such anyways, right? Before coming to an ultimate fucking conclusion. But given all of the stuff that we're going through right now, that's going to be quite a mountain for Sykkuno to climb. As mentioned in the intro, no one made a public statement before because they never had sufficient evidence. Sykkuno would always talk about the most explicit and sensitive topics on voice calls or in person, never leaving a paper trail. Yep, because no one's probably recording those calls, right? No one's probably recording those in-person interactions. Not very likely. Now, again, you can make rumors, but those are just going to be rumors, unless you got something concrete. Then it's going to ultimately amount to fucking nothing. Never leaving a paper trail, this was all intentional. Rumors still managed to spread. Many content creators, both big and small, would vent to their friends about his behavior. Behind the scenes for many. I believe even Pokimane herself has also talked about Sykkuno's behavior in terms of, well, following her personal Instagram account as well. Like, it's so fucking crazy that even, like, I think Vio said that she got a DM from Sykkuno. She just ignored it. And I think even, yes, that Vio, as well as Powdur, the racist grifter, also got a fucking DM as well from fucking Sykkuno. Mans would basically try to go after literally anybody, which is fucking crazy, dude. Behind the scenes for many, he'd be known as a predator who regularly took advantage of smaller and or vulnerable content creators. Again, we know that from Elfilea, she got an increase in terms of her rent, and we'll talk about that. Sykkuno probably helped provide money for that, if I were to take a guess, in his sugar daddy tendencies. Because he's given money to Elfilea before. Same with Mal, right? Who is an up-and-coming VTuber, who idolized Sykkuno in the past in fucking high school, right? Making it easier for someone like him to manipulate her. That's how this fucking shit works, people. However, he'd managed to keep enough influential friends around him to legitimize his position in the space. And that is where the whole criticism of power dynamics come in immediately, right? Right fucking there. Sykkuno is able to always maintain his position. Again, millions of followers across multiple accounts. He knows influential people. He is a part of an influential organization in OfflineTV. Lots of big fucking streamers are also part of OfflineTV, like LilyPichu, DisguisedToast, and various others, right? And he, too, was also, I believe, a part of OfflineTV, right? I think. I might be wrong on that one. He knew a lot of these fucking people, right? And so he had a lot of big prominent voices who, if things got a little too hot potentially, may potentially fucking back him up, right? Saying what are you talking about? This just seems like some random bullshit. Or they may not even fucking engage, right? Who really knows exactly in this space? Especially seeing that many of those friends were women, right? I believe there was like a tweet by Valkyrae saying that she moved in with all the fucking besties, and it was like 4 girls and Sykkuno there. It's crazy. Who would normally have stood in solidarity with any sort of victim, making it seem like he was safe enough to trust because they trusted him enough to be a friend, right? It's the whole he's like a major green flag, right? So we can trust him enough because of all of these things that he has, done and said that, broadly speaking, we find to be like trustworthy of or whatever, right? It depends on the person per person sort of basis. As Elfilea spoke with Sykkuno, she'd tell him about rumors that she had heard from someone about how Sykkuno had a roster of readily available women, and how they all coincidentally were smaller content creators who wouldn't dare touch him if something went wrong. This is true. Again, power dynamics, idol culture, right? You would never dare to go after the idol, even if it's like potentially like sussy abusive behavior. You maybe rather blinker to it because you're so, starstruck and enamored. This is how these parasocial relationships, broadly speaking, work. Elfilea, of course, didn't believe this. After all, Sykkuno had a calculated pattern that worked perfectly in his favor. His innocent, naive demeanor wouldn't dare hurt a fly, so why would he hurt me? Yup, that's a very, very good point there by Mal, right? He did the soft boy ooh-woo shtick? Well, it turned out he was actually a fuck boy. IDK, he said he dislikes you, and then you only go for girls that are small so you can manipulate them with your shy persona. Yet he is doing that to my friend right now, right? And that's what the thing or Elfilea mentioned earlier, talking about the fucking cheating, right? Let me just double check that. I'm curious, right? No, the timeline doesn't exactly work for that. It's a little fucking different, right? Maybe it's related to that. I'm not sure. This may be completely fucking separate. No, this is probably just entirely separate. Yet he's doing that to my friend right now. Don't really know who this individual is being talked about, but whatever, right? Another large content creator. It's not really relevant. I don't think that's true, but I guess people will say stuff randomly. I mean, what he's technically saying there might not be correct, right? But problem is, Elfilea doesn't really have the fucking knowledge. She thinks he's fucking single. She thinks that, well, she may be the girl of Sykkuno's dreams in order to fucking, like, fix his, like, innocent demeanor and his, like, sort of boy failure sort of attitude here, right? That she'll be the one to fucking fix him, quote unquote. I'm confused as to these people who think I'm going for them. I haven't really done that. But anyway, I'm sure it'll be fine. I mean, like I said before, people who know me will know me, and I guess he just dislikes me, which is totally fine. Exactly. He did say for the only reason you haven't gotten called out is because you go after small creators and they'll never expose you. If you ever need proof of anything, I have receipts just in case he tries anything funny. Well, again, listen, that's how a lot of this shit fucking works. Power dynamics, people. Power dynamics. Ooh, I feel like the way VTubers are, they would love to try and expose bigger streamers. They love drama, but it's not true, so I think it's fine. I don't need receipts or anything, it's fine. But I thought he was chill. I'm kind of sad he's so angry. I know. Just making sure you stay safe no matter what, love. I mean, he's bringing me up so much anyway, though. He's jealous of you. I'm just playing League with him, and he brought you up out of the blue. I don't think there's much to be jealous of, lol. I have no idea. But hopefully he feels better soon. He said you hurt 5 of his friends, apparently. Interesting. Again, I have no idea who this exactly is, right? Like, we're all being vague on purpose. It's not like, you know, 100% like sort of like necessary. Who really gives a shit? Blah, 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 blah. Who it is in particular, it's not really relevant to the fucking conversation. Let's just keep going. And I guess this is the, shall we say, coup de grace. Sykkuno's girlfriend. The culmination of the entirety of this document. The proverbial bow that wraps up this gift. The coincidence that would lead me to finding out the truth about Sykkuno happened last week. A popular male VTuber tried to slide in my DMs to presumably get into my pants, and when I rejected him, he immediately started to mention nasty rumors about Bow. Bow, 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 bow. And we know exactly what he's fucking talking about. This right here. This caused quite the fucking stir amongst a lot of people. Even though her take, as I've said before, and will say again, is objectively correct. This take is fucking bulletproof. You can all cope and fucking seethe about it. I don't really give much of a flying fuck about it. We can argue about this again. I'll win anyways. I don't give a flying fuck. I don't give a shit. If you want to fucking argue about how this argument right here, how this take from Bow is completely bulletproof, no problems whatsoever, period, end of fucking story, you can do it. I'll win. You'll lose. You'll look fucking ridiculous. And you can suck my dick and eat my fucking shit. And fundamentally speaking, I've said this before, a lot of the people who went after this fucking take were either Pyro Pups or Cinder viewers who were still mad about that whole sort of like debacle, the Cinder drama. I'm not getting fucking into that again. Don't give a shit. Blah, blah, blah. It's irrelevant. Those guys I don't think are attacking Bow out of any particular malice for the actual take. They're just attacking Bow's take for what purpose exactly? Because of their parasocial relationship they have with Cinder. So that's a completely fucking different dynamic. Again, idol culture, parasociality, completely fucking different thing. What I'm going to talk about here are mostly the anti-woke types and the fucking conservatives. The conservatives went after this specifically because, again, conservatives love rape. They love abuse of women, right? Period, end of story. Rapist ideology, they love fucking rape. It doesn't fucking matter. It's all about fundamental like expressions of hierarchy, especially upon women, because a lot of conservatives believe that women are inherently inferior because they're beneath them under a hierarchical stance. That's a political take. They're doing this out of fucking political reasonings and out of, well, their inherent desire to make sure that there is some form of hierarchy that is, well, maintained. Again, I'm going to reiterate this exact same point. This take is pretty much fucking bulletproof, right? I don't think there's anything wrong. I think pretty much the position that this take, broadly speaking, holds is, well, 10 out of 10, bulletproof. You can't attack it. There's basically absolutely fucking, no criticisms that I think you can really have of this take, right? Like, period, end of story. Like, I don't care about, like, the stupid red herring argument saying that, specifically, that she's talking about all male content creators. That's not what she's talking about here, but whatever. You can interchange the fucking gender. It's irrelevant. It doesn't fucking matter. Yada, yada, yada. She's, broadly speaking, talking about a general sort of pattern and criticism that, broadly speaking, happens in social media spaces, because there are plenty of instances in history that we can fucking point to. We can very, very easily do that. And it is a general pattern of behavior that happens within these fucking spaces. That is what she's specifically talking about here. Out of concern for her, I reached out to a mod who then connected me with Bao. The three of us struck up a conversation when I was mentioned I was nervous about a date I was going on. They asked me who it was. When I said my date was with Sykkuno, they immediately told me not to go on the date for my own personal safety. Well. And so it all comes together. And it's, well, that was who the fucking Bao vague tweet was talking about, right? Very clever of her. I will give her this, okay? Very clever of her to say this very, very vague tweet right during the time of the Mizkif allegations by Emiru. Very, very, very clever here. Because, well, you're putting something out, an idea out in the fucking world, right? You're not particularly speaking, like, you don't really know who you're talking about specifically. We now know it's Sykkuno that she's talking about here, right? And a lot of people are going to operate under the assumption that it's more than likely Mizkif, but of course, plausible deniability, that may not 100% be the case, yada, 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 right? Very, 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 very clever. That's very well played, I have to say. Bao told me that at the end of March, Sykkuno's girlfriend reached out to her regarding a controversial Bao tweet made last year. She asked Bao if it is true that the tweet was about Sykkuno. They called and Bao explained to her that other women had confided in her about similar experiences with him. Again, it's all, boys, it's all coming together. She described a pattern of behavior where he targeted small female content creators and pressured them into having sex with him. Bao then offered to connect her with those other victims so they could share their experiences with her directly, as she felt it was important to hear them firsthand. This was all discussed during a Discord call. So, the proverbial, shall we say, knife falls or guillotine falls upon the, I don't know, enterprise. I'm butchering this fucking analogy. Whatever, you know what I mean. Hey, Bao, I'm sorry to bother you with this, but I heard something recently that was a bit concerning, and I thought I would just come ask you about it. I heard that there was a possibility, an instance of Sykkuno trying to get VTuber girls up to his hotel room to drink with them, with the presumed sort of assumption there that, well, hooking up is probably going to happen. And that the tweet you made about being cautious of large male streamers showering you with gifts/attention was about him, in regards to him doing it to one of your friends. Ooh, the conspiracy! It deepens. Bao told me that 3 days before I contacted her and her mod, Sykkuno and his girlfriend were trying to reconcile after Sykkuno somehow managed to convince her that it was all a huge misunderstanding. She had no clue that I, as well as many other girls, existed in Sykkuno's romantic and sexual life. So Sykkuno's girlfriend had no fucking idea about what Sykkuno was up to, DMing girls over the, like, latter part of about 5 years, during the entirety of the time that he was in a relationship with her. Insane. Powdur Mod would put me in a group chat with Sykkuno's girlfriend where I would share all the screenshots you see above. She was rightfully horrified and left the group chat because she couldn't stomach reading them. Yikes. I believe this is the girlfriend. I've lived with him for over 2 years. Damn. They moved in together. 2 years. Crazy. We have been together since 2021. Everything he's planning with you are things we have planned together and talk about and have done. I'm sorry. Jesus Christ. Well, like I said before, this is the fucking coup de grace. This is, it all has now culminated into this exactly. Yeah, it's pretty fucking crazy, isn't it, Boy Meets Mini? She, unironically, found out about her boyfriend's impropriety in terms of all of the girls that he was, because again, it's not just Elfilea, and also all of the but it wasn't just Elfilea. It was also Bao's friend. It was also Mal herself. It was, who knows exactly how many fucking people this was sort of like a targeting and affecting. It's pretty fucking crazy, dude. This is why relationships shouldn't go over 12 months if you can't decide it ain't happening, boys. That's true, Boy Meets Mini. I mean, it depends, right? Like, whatever. Depends on how the structure of the relationship works, of course. To all of Sykkuno's victims, ever since Sykkuno's viral breakout during the pandemic lockdowns of 2020 when he played Amogus. Puts Pokemon 591, guys. Amogus. He has always carefully curated every aspect of his behavior on stream and with his friends. An innocent, romantically inexperienced boy failure who looks like an anime character and sounds like one too. That's actually pretty fucking key considering the environment that we find ourselves under. That's gonna be fucking hotcakes. That's fucking hotcakes right there. This perfectly curated image would attract a large audience of women, like I've mentioned before. Sykkuno is a rare instance of a male streamer, right? Of a male streamer having a majority female audience. That is extraordinarily rare. Very, very rare. With a lot of them openly professing how attracted they are to him. We're going to get to that in the Mujin video. He soaked in the praise and never sought to limit the most extreme aspects of his community because it made him more desirable. He understood this and would use this curated image, as well as his legitimacy in the content creation space thanks to his followers and famous friends, LilyPichu, Scarra, DisguisedToast, all those people. Not that they were privy, of course, to what his behaviors were. Just to immediately fucking say that out there, right? I don't think they had any fucking idea, and we're going to get to some of the reactions from them specifically. They had no idea what the fuck was going on. Like, and all generally had the exact same reactions, that they were, broadly speaking, disappointed. To seek out any attractive cosplayers and or content creators that were small enough to be starstruck by his grand presence. Again, parasociality, idol culture. Again, this is how it works. The power imbalance is very clear. It would work most of the time, as he'd used the same calculated pattern that he used with me and Elfilea to lure them in, and eventually fly them out to the next convention or event he went to with the goal of hooking up. The obvious goal for all of this. This is inherently fucking predatory, right? This is exactly in line with the definition of fucking sexually exploitative and predatory behavior. 1-to-1. And we'll get to all the dipshits that are complaining about the term predator being used. But this is how it literally fucking works. So you can like cope Malden C saying like, oh, the girls initiated the interactions. How do you know that? First off, how do you know that? Second off, there is no way 100% for sure to know that all of these girls were going into this knowing that they were being predated upon, right? Parasociality is an incredibly powerful psychological tool, right? And Sykkuno pretty much used that tool, that weapon, to perfection. What these women didn't know, though, is that he'd always lie about the fact that he's single, that behind the scenes he had a neglected and depressed girlfriend that he'd been with since 2001 and who has lived with him since 2024 in the same house. Damn. He'd been, like, going around just, like, I don't know, trying to mac it up with all these fucking girls. Ever since 2021, his fucking girlfriend was, neglected and fucking depressed. Girlfriend of 5 years, by the way. And again, you may be wondering, well then why didn't the girlfriend fucking leave? Do you think the girlfriend knew? Do you think she had any fucking idea? Did she? I have no idea. We have no idea. Unless she decides to come out with her side of the story as well. We may never know. We'll have to see. I implore the many other victims to come out about their experiences with this predator, and I end this document with a court recording of Sykkuno in which he admits to everything, especially with how he cheated on his girlfriend with my friend and was intending to do that with me as well. For context, this was shortly after I had messaged his girlfriend about his cheating. 30 minutes later, he would ask if I was free for a call. As his girlfriend was crying downstairs, he somehow chose to prioritize someone that he barely met 2 months ago. I also pointed it out during the call. God fucking damn. Over the girlfriend of 5 fucking goddamn years. Jesus Christ. Last thing. I'm beyond disappointed in you. Jesus fucking Christ. Yeah, this is some fuckboy shit right here, Boy Meets Mini. But again, obviously as expected, Mal herself got attacks for this by the exact detractors that I fucking expected. Very low IQ conservative types, men's right fucking weirdos, I guess, or something, and other like culture vulture sort of like hanger-ons and pick-me dipshits who were going after this. I'm writing this as some things have come to my attention since my growth on Twitter. Recently, I'd been receiving loads of DMs from sweet people supporting me. Unfortunately, a small group of you guys have decided to treat my space as your personal invitation as my possible love interest. Yeah, that's, again, shouldn't be really surprising. Well, people are trying to exploit the situation for their own sort of purposes. Terrible. Which I personally find utterly unacceptable. So I hereby have decided to make it clear I do not want to and will absolutely never ever date one of my viewers. Reasonable. Honestly, you should never fucking do that from the beginning. Like, I think that's a general sort of rule of thumb that streamers should probably have with their fucking goddamn, well, chat. Because again, like, there's a power imbalance there, right? Always. Even in fucking instances where it's like smaller streamers. Would I ever want to fucking date any one of my fucking goddamn viewers? Absolutely the fuck not. We're not getting that parasocial. You guys can go fuck yourselves. Yeah, I'm not dating. Listen, Boy Meets Mini, kick at least 5 espers. We need to kick some espers. I think it is honestly something you should reconsider if you truly think it is okay to pry into your streamers' personal lives. We are not friends unless exclusively disclosed, and I do not owe you it. That's true. I am 19 years old, in which most of my community is aware of, along with the creepy men that have come into my DMs thinking I will date them. Mal, I got bad news for you here, bud, okay? I don't know if you'll ever run into this video, but I got bad news for you, bud. You saying that you're fucking 19 is probably going to make you more fucking attractive to these people, unironically. We're talking about a lot of very, very fucking weird, creepy ass dudes. Very pedophilic, very, very rapey in general. As much as I appreciate your compliments, I am 19 and I am not a babysitter for a bunch of adult men who cannot keep it in their pants. My community is not a space for your desperate need for validation, as it is simply not my responsibility. Very fair. Simple boundary. As much as I do not like being mean or rude, I've just not been left with a choice, since even ignoring won't stop some of the people from getting a hint. I am not your girlfriend. I am not interested in you. I just want to stream, have fun, and make content. Just because I am lewd with my content basis from time to time does not mean my DMs are open for such behaviors, unless stipulated as otherwise, which she has not. Again, boundaries, people. Boundaries. Open for such behaviors. This is going to be my only announcement regarding this, and any person from now on that can simply not respect it will be promptly blocked, since I would rather have less followers than be harassed any longer. Well, can't really disagree with that. Very, very reasonable. And again, because a lot of people were doing some dumbass fucking conflations of saying that predator means fucking pedophile. No, it does not. Again, that's not the fucking accusation. A predator is different from a pedophile. Again, she is, because a lot of these dumbasses were trying to basically say that as a detractor against what Mal herself was saying, that saying that she is accusing him of pedophilia. They are both of age adults. Of course, the age gap is inherently sort of problematic here. A 34-year-old, much larger streamer going after, again, a much smaller up-and-coming VTuber who is in university, recently graduated fucking high school. The age gap and the power dynamics there in particular are very, very fucking problematic, to say the least. Is anything being inherently sort of illegal here, right? Because that's the argument. Oh, it's not fucking illegal. Technically speaking, no. But a 34-year-old going after a fucking 19-year-old? That's a little interesting. Who wants to make a bet? And I'm willing to make the fucking goddamn bet that these people would have the same fucking problems with, say, Leonardo DiCaprio, who I believe is in his 60s, the 50s or 60s, going after all those 25-year-old fucking girls. You have a problem with that, but you won't have a problem with this. Very interesting double standards that we're having here. Very, very interesting. For everyone confused, Predator isn't pedo. He preys on small female VTubers and lies to them and gives them half-troops with the intention to have sexual interactions with them. English isn't my first language, so I thought I'd clear that up. Very, very fucking fair. The Mujin video on Sykkuno in terms of all of this. We're going to get to the people who are also criticizing Mujin in all of this as well, because the criticisms that people are having of Mujin here are very, 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 very stupid, I'm going to be honest. I have no fucking idea why this is the case whatsoever. They're saying that, oh, why is Mujin also releasing the fucking goddamn video at the same time, at like an hour after the allegations drop? That seems kind of suspicious. That's a thing that happens all the time in professional, journalistic fucking settings. The problem then, or the question rather, then becomes, is what is being said the problem, right? Because you're just talking about the fucking timing. Who the fuck cares about the timing? That's fucking stupid. You can literally complain about literally anything else, but you want to complain about the timing of when shit is being released about people. That's nonsense. That's irrelevant to any of the fucking argument here. Anywho. Shitting on all those, on the dipshits going after Mujin aside, why don't we take a look at this?
Of 4 years has recently become obsessed with a male streamer, and I feel really uncomfortable about it. This was a post made on the subreddit r/relationship advice around the end of 2020. What was particularly shocking here is that barely just a few days after making that initial post, he'd end up breaking up with his girlfriend. Her obsession with that streamer was that irrational. And during that time, she...
Again, what Mujin is talking about here is parasociality. This is how powerful of a tool it is.
Wasn't the only one who might have felt this way. That's because the male streamer in question here was none other than Sykkuno, a name and face that had become a core memory of the COVID-19 pandemic, more specifically when everyone was locked up in their homes. In the span of less than a year, he would go from having 1,000 average viewers on Twitch to 50,000, even having a stream where he peaked at over 100,000 concurrent viewers. What he'd be most known for was his gameplay of Among Us with his friends, who happened to be very big content creators as well. Not only would he get tens of thousands of concurrent viewers on Twitch, but he would get millions upon millions of views on his YouTube channel as well. And while his rise to fame is definitely incredibly impressive, what was truly unparalleled wild here is his extremely high ratio of female viewers, confirmed to having been higher than any of his other content creator friends. His handsome look, his anime-sounding voice, and his witty jokes made women go rabid. In fact, there was also a joke that he would turn male fans gay. But what made him really desirable is just how socially awkward he was. He was innocent in an endearing way. He was a boy failure that needed a woman to fix him. In a nutshell, he was this picture, almost allergic to other women. He just couldn't handle anything romantic. He would get too flustered. This made many of his fans want to be the one to finally fix him. But make no mistake here, this was all a perfectly crafted image.
Again, same pattern of behavior. This is the same shit that happens with fucking girl failures all the time, right? Same parasocial fucking tactics
that he had made for himself. He wanted you to think that he was innocent, naive, a boy failure, someone who's inexperienced in relationships and would never hurt a fly. Because in reality, behind this mirage, this illusion, there was a master manipulator, a serial cheater, and a predator. Someone who would make it a point for many years to target smaller content creators, take full advantage of the fact that he was one of the most desirable men in the streaming world, all while making it seem like he had no experience with women and that it just might be romantic. They just might be that special someone who can fix him. What he would somehow forget to tell them, though, is that he had been in a monogamous relationship since 2021. But you don't have to take my word for it, because he admits to everything in a recorded voice call with the victim herself. And on top of that, that same victim, who goes by the name of HemomalVT, would choose to write a Google Doc that shows the entire timeline, her and Sykkuno's DMs together, as well as the DMs of another victim that actually slept with Sykkuno while being totally oblivious to the
very similar to how youth pastors operate. Pretty much one-to-one, I would say, Boy Meets Mini, right? The only form of community, for example, in a lot of those like more conservative sort of environments are going to be those fucking churches, right? That's like the only vestige of community that exists, and a lot of those youth pastor types are very, very fucking abusive to children. Like, we can go through the stories. Not to say that that's what Sykkuno was doing or what he was intending, obviously, but pattern of behavior, it's similar.
The fact that he has been in a relationship since 2021. This might be one of the most impactful and longest running lies in content creation history. I want to thank the two victims in question for trusting me with this very
about 5 years
to make the first comprehensive video on it. So without further ado, let's get right into this mess. Alright, so first off, who the hell is Sykkuno? Well, before starting his streaming career, he actually used to be a software engineer working in the Bay Area of California. His
Boy Meets Mini. He's a STEM nerd, Boy Meets Mini. You have to take responsibility for this. Yeah, tech bro alert, tech bro alert, tech bro. It's fucking over, Boy Meets Mini.
His office life would change forever, though, when he would meet LilyPichu, a well-known content creator who actually started making content as far back as 2012. However, when they met, she was far from being the very well-known content creator that we know today. It was back during the Season 3 World Championship for League of Legends during the year of 2013, so barely a year into her content creator journey. Sykkuno would be aware of her content. He'd reach out to her and would want to meet her, saying that they're both at the same place. LilyPichu agreed, thinking, oh, am I about to meet a fan? That's awesome. She'd be absolutely shocked when that fan would show up with a massive bouquet of flowers. As she was about to thank him, he would run away back to his cousins. According to him, these were his only friends at the time. He was that lonely. He was simply too embarrassed to interact with her further. This interaction left a good impression on LilyPichu, and they kept in touch for years to come. In fact, as she would start her streaming journey, she'd play with her friends, and one of those friends would be Sykkuno. Her viewers would start to express interest in him, especially seeing that his voice sounded like an anime character. There was genuine demand in her community to know what he looked like. What they didn't know, though, was that LilyPichu had already shown him. He was there with her when she went to Summoners Con in 2015, and he was right there with her in her vlog. But most of her community were simply not aware of this. So seeing that there was growing demand to see what he looked like, they decided to do a face reveal live on LilyPichu's stream around the year of 2019.
They had no idea, folks.
You're such a dude. Oh, okay, here we go. Wait, you're actually so much braver than I thought.
Only because you're here.
Alright, I'm ready.
Oh, only because you're here. Okay, fucking, like, listen, fucking the anime soy, listen, fucking My Hero Academia, Shy Boy, fucking anime protagonist looking head ass stuff. Yeah, fucking get the fuck out of here with this. Listen, you ain't slick, motherfucker. You ain't fucking slick.
And as you can see, the chat was definitely not disappointed. In fact, LilyPichu had such an impact on Sykkuno that she would be, well, the main reason why he would start streaming. And you can hear him say that himself.
So what convinced you to start streaming? Oh, Lily, actually.
And speaking of streaming, he would start doing so shortly after revealing his face on LilyPichu's stream. He'd start at the beginning of 2019 with barely under 100 viewers, but as the months would go by, he would start to get very rapid growth. He would really start putting in serious hours by August 2019, and within just 1 year, by August 2020, he'd be sitting at 8,000 average viewers, reaching a peak of 15,000. But how? Why? Well, during his streams, he would continue playing with LilyPichu, and seeing that LilyPichu has a lot of big content creators that she calls friends, she would introduce.
Yep, again, that's how he embedded himself in the broader sort of like streaming sort of culture. Yep, that's how it works.
Them to Sykkuno. It turned out that this guy was very easy to talk to. He was witty, he made jokes, and the communities of the many streamers actually enjoyed his company. All of these factors combined would be the perfect catalyst for when the quarantine season of COVID-19 would arrive. He would start to play the game Among Us with some of the biggest content creators on the planet, and within just 4 months, he would go from...
Yeah, I think he had like PewDiePie, Jacksepticeye. These are fucking titans of YouTube and content creation, broadly speaking. Huge fucking content creators. And bro had them in his fucking streams. He was hanging out with them.
average viewers all the way up to 50,000 average viewers, peaking at 100,000 viewers in one stream. He was gaining 500,000 followers every single month. In just the span of like a year and a half, he had gone from being a mid-tier streamer to one of the biggest on the entire platform. It wasn't just Twitch though. He would be getting millions upon millions of views on his YouTube videos as well. He was killing it on every single platform he was on. And so by 2022,
so many platforms,
aggressively recruiting Twitch streamers to stream on their platforms instead, offering them multi-million-dollar deals, they targeted...
Again, this was during the time during the pandemic, right? So peak streaming culture right here. Tons of money being fucking made. Tons and tons of people were streaming, yada, yada, yada. Lots of money was being made up by all of these fucking platforms, right? And so they were willing to give out these huge multi-million-dollar deals to have people, well, engage on their platforms.
Sykkuno, seeing that he's extremely brand friendly, has a very loyal audience, and had become a household name in such a short time. So on May 2nd, 2022, he would announce to the world that he was moving to YouTube on a 2-year exclusive contract. And as you can tell by the engagement, this post went viral. What I really want you to understand though is just how valuable he was seen by companies and platforms. Back when YouTube was aggressively recruiting talents that were on Twitch and their confidence and hubris, seeing that they completely dominated the streaming scene at the time, would never bother offering a counteroffer. On the very rare occasion that they did, it was a very big deal. And guess what? They made an exception to Sykkuno. They gave him a counteroffer higher than YouTube. Sykkuno would go back to YouTube and show them Twitch's new offer, and YouTube would offer to pay even more. His contract alone is estimated to be around $5 million. Sykkuno, though, also had interests in other communities, such as VTubers. In 2023, for an April Fool's joke, he would debut his first VTuber model, extending his reach to a new niche community. The reason why I'm mentioning this is because at some point, he was invited to a call with the Senator Bernie Sanders.
Dude, this is the fun. Oh my god, the fact that it was... This is the guy who fucking introduced Bernie Sanders to fucking VTubers. By the way, I completely fucking forgot about this. This was so... I think I vaguely remember this event happening where Bernie was, what... This was in 2024, right? This was not that long ago, where people were saying, like, yeah, you should probably go out and vote for Kamala Harris, right? You gotta... But listen, I unfortunately... was the man, the Don. I was better. I'm too good. Listen, I beat you, Sykkuno, and now you have all these weird, sussy, sexual abuse allegations against you. Welcome to the club, brother.
Alongside Valkyrae and Pokimane. And instead of showing his face, he chose to be a VTuber. It was so ridiculous and it went so viral that he inadvertently...
Oh, yeah. Yeah, he was a fucking VTuber. He's the one who introduced Bernie Sanders to fucking VTubers. That's funny as fuck, dude. Yeah, listen, ignore Epstein files. I don't know what those are.
And became a spokesperson for VTubing in one stream. I mean, God, everyone wanted a piece of that guy. You would see him everywhere, collabing with everyone. And this was partly due to his very loyal and almost rabid fan base. But it was, of course,
parasociality.
You see, back in 2023, Pokimane would make the very interesting revelation that Sykkuno had the highest female demographic fan base compared to any other streamer, her included. She would compare his level of fame and the way his fans...
Yep, again, and he's a male fucking streamer. That is very, very fucking suspicious, right? Very fucking weird, dude.
Active towards him to K-pop idols. He simply wasn't seen like the run-of-the-mill Twitch
K-pop
streamer.
idols.
No, there was definitely more to this. And one of the main reasons why this worked out so well is because he was seen as a boy failure. No, not the kind of guy who's unemployed and lives in a dump and smells like shit. I'm talking about the
I'm being
ideal
called
boy
out.
failure.
What the fuck?
The guy who's handsome, smells nice, doesn't live in a dump, but is instead just a hopeless romantic. Someone who turns all red when you want to initiate physical contact. The most innocent
it's over for me, boys.
imaginable. The appeal of a boy failure isn't necessarily that he's a failure. It's the fact that he's perfect, but just needs one person to fix him. And that's how a significant chunk of his fan base felt. If you've watched my channel before, then it's not too different from a girl failure that has a male audience that wants to fix her. It's the same parasocial mess. This can be very easily seen in some of the most viral...
That elfin psyop person is a fucking weirdo, okay? We're not gonna... I'm not going to that. Fuck that.
Videos of Sykkuno, like this one, for example, setting at over 3 million views. Sykkuno tells his trauma about girls. Sykkuno trusts his friend, DisguisedToast, more than the girls. So this guy had barely any romantic experience, and yet still, he had his heart broken. He needs a woman that will fix him and tell him it'll be okay. And maybe she'll be one of his fans. If only he knew how handsome and amazingly desirable he was, though. Because he's another fan-made video. Everyone's simping for Sykkuno because who doesn't? I mean, God, if only he wasn't a boy failure and understood how smooth he was with women. But he's too naive. Because guess what? This video, sitting at over 4 million views, is titled Sykkuno Being Smooth with Girls.
And these are, by the way, these are all from fucking clip channels, right? This is how, broadly speaking, it works now, right? Like, you get the fucking clip channels, they get the viral moments, yada, yada, yada. That's how this shit works.
14 minutes. Yeah, I think you get the point by now, right? This image of him that was so carefully crafted would attract a very large female audience. It would also allow him to be one of the only male streamers to constantly be able to hang out with a majoritarily female friend group without him or them getting in trouble with their fan bases due to jealousy. The guy was innocent, allergic to love, and he wouldn't hurt a single fly. This allowed him to do things that other male content creators could never do.
He's such a good ooh, small little bean.
At some point during a podcast when they were talking about body odor. This is how much he was trusted around women. And even though his audience was very obsessed over him, they saw him as so awkward, so incapable of understanding what love or social cues mean that this was fine. They didn't mind because they were going to be the ones to fix him anyway. So it comes
really,
AJ?
That, yes, that's crazy.
Relationships literally ended over the girl's obsession over him.
I mean, like, let's be like, okay. I mean, it doesn't surprise me that the directors of 28 Years met Corone. I mean, Kojima put what a Peko Pecora in his fucking game, right? She's like a prominent character in Death Stranding 2. The model is in there and everything. It's really funny.
Hell, I wouldn't be surprised if some gay relationships ended because of the same reason too. He was just that much of a sensation, and that crafted image he built around himself was just so believable and convincing. And so he'd keep on doing what he's always done, and after his 2-year contract with YouTube would finally end, during May 2024, he would make his grand comeback to Twitch, peaking at over 26,000 viewers. However, his viewer count would slowly begin to drift. And by April 2026, he'd be sitting at 1,665 average viewers, a far cry from the peak of the pandemic back at 50,000. He'd also stopped collaborating with larger
he's a streamer.
Mostly sticking to himself.
Yeah, it's mostly just like, I mean, that's fine, right? Like, even that, you can still have a career for that, right? Obviously, it's not like, I mean, it's not like the same prominence before, but whatever.
But hell, I mean, 1,600 average viewers is still very easy to make a living off of. He had made his millions of dollars, had this incredibly obsessive fan base. As far as content creator careers go, this really wasn't so bad. The guy was a multi-millionaire.
Pretty much a rap.
What we're aware of, though, is that for many years, since becoming a viral sensation, he would use his status as Sykkuno, as the most desirable streamer imaginable, as this K-pop idol, to pursue relationships with smaller or up-and-coming content creators, whether they be cosplayers or VTubers, manipulating them into thinking that they were special, all in the hopes of hooking up with them, and while being in a monogamous relationship. This is the real Sykkuno. And now, we finally have proof.
Now, Mujin is going to go into the document from here. I believe that, again, some additional context here. We'll just get through that. But yeah, I believe from more or less here onward, we'll get to the sort of like spiel that he has about Hemomal and Elfilea themselves, of course. Because then otherwise, well, we're gonna skip through the part with the fucking document. We've already read through it, right?
HemomalVT, who I'll refer to as Mal from now on, is someone who has been making content for the last year. She occasionally streams from time to time, but also tends to post cosplays on her Twitter profile, some of them being revealing. Those revealing cosplays would catch Sykkuno's attention, and he'd follow her on Valentine's Day of 2026. Within barely a few days, he would start talking about how they should move in together into the same house, all while having a girlfriend. When Mal would find out about the girlfriend, she would decide to write a Google document. The Google document would contain Mal's side of the story as well as Elfilea's side of the story, another VTuber who, of course, also posts cosplays from time to time, which is why Sykkuno was interested in her to begin with. She also had no idea that Sykkuno had a girlfriend, and would meet up with him.
So yeah, we're seeing the common through line here. He wants to go after fucking cosplayers. Listen, I understand.
During December 2025 in Paris, when he was
not the predation stuff. The cosplayer stuff. I listen. I understand.
For a convention. Unlike Mal, though, she would actually end up sleeping.
Fuck you, boy,
again, completely oblivious that he has a girlfriend. They would both share their stories and the DMs with Sykkuno in the Google document. This document would be.
So here's the document itself. We're gonna skip through that. Obviously, yeah, we've seen the entirety of the fucking document. We've read through it. We don't need Mujin to speak through as well.
I implore the many other victims to come out about their experiences with this predator, and I end this document with a recording of Sykkuno in which he admits to everything, especially with how he cheated on his girlfriend with my friend and was.
Call time.
For context, this was shortly after I had messaged his
girlfriend. Call time.
He would ask if I was free for a call. As his girlfriend was crying downstairs, he somehow chose to prioritize someone that he barely met 2 months ago. She's referring to herself. I pointed this out during the call. Here's the link. So the link is.
Yep. Again, that's really fucking weird, man. Very weird.
Here right now, but obviously it will be by the time this video comes out. It's okay though because I have the video. And if you're wondering why you should watch it here, well, it's because Sykkuno's voice is so damn low. I mean, the guy was whispering as if someone was after him with a gun. They could barely tell what he's saying. I actually bothered to add subtitles. This whole recording is 17 minutes long, and as the document stated, he pretty much admits to everything. Watch.
Hello.
Thomas?
Hello.
So?
Thomas? The tank engine?
Pretty much know most of it.
Yeah? Like what?
No, what?
No, you can tell me.
Okay, well, I'll be very honest.
Oh.
I'm gonna crank up the volume.
Sing.
About what? You have to speak up a little bit, your mic's cutting out.
Sorry, always happens. About being single, and I just wanted to tell you how it happened.
Uh-huh. You're still gonna have to speak up a little bit, by the way. You're still cutting out a lot.
Sorry, you know, I talk quietly.
Yeah, but you never talk this quietly.
I'm sad.
it's the actions of your, well, the consequence of your own actions, I suppose.
I know.
Mm.
So basically,
Consequentialism in my fucking online spaces. Curses, philosophy has struck again. No, guys, it's fucking Jover for me. It's Jover.
I was in a very happy relationship.
Doesn't sound like it, but sure.
Well, let me finish.
Continue.
I was in a very happy relationship a long time ago.
A long time ago. What, like
And then-
2021?
I don't know the exact time, honestly, but a long time ago. Then
Sykunno knows what the exact time is. There's obviously been some further developments to this that I do not have in my sort of docket, I suppose, for lack of a better term, but we'll get to that.
I got a lot less happy.
How so?
I don't fully know. She just stopped hanging out with me that much, and
Stop hanging out with you, she lives with you.
That's true.
yeah, I mean,
They live together.
You're gonna have to speak up, I can't hear a single sentence that comes out of your mouth. You there?
yes, I'm here.
Okay, I'm just asking because you went quiet.
Anyway, so I was very, very happy.
Mm-hmm.
And at some point, it wasn't so happy.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know exactly when, but like we stopped spending time together. We hadn't done it together for years.
Or what? I
Like, okay, can we... He never gets into details of this, of course, because, you know... Doi, obviously. Like what exactly? What happened? I'm just curious. Like, where did the relationship start to fall apart? Because as the Hemomal, or Mal's sort of, or Mal's rather, Jesus, Mal's document indicates herself within it. Like, unironically, the girlfriend that he was with for the past 5 years, they moved in together for about 2 years, and she's been, broadly speaking, like, very, very sad and fucking depressed during the whole time. Like, are we gonna... What happened? Like, that's the ultimate question.
I couldn't hear that part.
I said we hadn't done anything together for like years,
Mm-hmm.
and I was just very sad and alone. Didn't feel wanted at all.
Mm-hmm. So you slept with Elfie in Paris.
So, yes, that is the confirmation right there of, well, Elfilea being fucking slept with in Paris during that TFT tournament, right? That was one of the girls that he has confirmed fucking hooked up with while being in a relationship with his, well, girlfriend.
Yeah.
And then you
Yes,
flirted with
and he
me.
confirms it.
And were telling me how you wanted me to come visit you in Vegas, and how you wanted to go on a date, and how you were serious about me, and how you really meant it, and how you wanted to go get a cat together.
Meow.
Yes.
Yeah. Why? Why didn't you just break off the relationship then?
Because a combination of remembering how it was, some part of me hoping it would go back to that, and
Well, obviously it's not gonna go back to that if you're actively cheating on her. It's only gonna get worse. I think that's really on you, bud.
Real?
You're smarter than that.
Real?
I'm not.
I mean,
Caught.
say you're a 34-year-old man, yes you are. Stop acting like you're a child.
That's again, it's a fantastic point there by Mal. All of the fucking Sykunno sort of defenders and detractors, I'm going to say, of Mal rather specifically. I don't know why I keep saying Mal. Whatever, the brain. Are for whatever fucking reason just no accepting of responsibility whatsoever on Sykunno's side. None. Why? Hello? He has a massive platform. Someone like that, broadly speaking, should have an understanding of the responsibility that should come with that. The fact that he's just not accepting any of that whatsoever is problematic, to say the least.
Don't think that's what I'm acting like, but
I mean, you say you're not smarter than that, but you are. You're a 34-year-old man, you just chose to do it. You knew damn well in the back of your head that wasn't going to end up well.
True.
yeah, it's complicated.
It's really not. Cheating is just bad. She hasn't done anything to ask for it to be cheated on. It's pretty cut and dry.
I guess like the only instance of what Sykunno like what okay, because I'm very what exactly do you mean by curious? Like not by complicated rather, not curious. Jumble brain. What exactly do you mean by complicated? What's complicated about the situation? You've been living with your girlfriend for the past 2 years. You've been flirting with a bunch of girls on and off for the past 5 years while you were in a relationship with a girlfriend who is knowingly, we know that she has been depressed in this relationship. She's not been feeling well. In this like sort of current relationship right now. Like, what's happening here exactly? I'm just. What about it is complicated? What happened? What deterioration happened? Now, I think with some of the stuff that's now come out, we're going to get potentially, just potentially, some details on some complications. Now, this is the assumption that I'm broadly speaking operating off of. I could be entirely fucking wrong, but we'll see. We'll see.
Yeah, but she relied on me to take care of a lot of things, and I still cared about her.
Okay, that doesn't mean that you do that because you wanted to, not because you, not because she was like holding it against you or forcing you to.
That's true. We don't. Oh, he said no. Okay, I was about to say, yeah, we don't have any evidence of that, and he just confirms that, yeah, again, it's like you guys could have like broken up at any point in time, and then it would have been fine. Like, if you didn't like, because here's the thing. All of this behavior is like whatever, ultimately. You know what I mean by whatever, right? Like, if you're single, you're like going out with the girls, casually hooking up, blah, 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 blah. Yeah, whatever. Who gives a shit, okay? That's fine. The problem is the fact that you're with a girlfriend, right? And you're using the clout and the platform that you have while being in a monogamous relationship in order to be able to curry favors and these relationships, well, sexual favors and relationships with these girls, using that clout, that fame, that power that you have over a lot of these smaller fucking content creators. That is the issue.
Exactly. So there's still no
Which, again, perfectly in line with predation.
excuse for you to cheat on her.
I'm not saying there was one. Just explaining why it happened.
The only reason why it happened is because you just chose to do it.
True.
I don't know why you decided to lie to me, because you know damn fucking well that lying especially is like a big thing I do not tolerate.
Don't lie. It's bad, folks.
Yeah. And I was fine about the Elfie thing, because I was like, okay, he didn't know me before that, right? But then I find out you've had a girlfriend this entire time. Do you realize how fucked up that is? Because not only were you...
That's a good point there also by Mal, right? If, again, like, the girlfriend is like, that's truly the fucking linchpin of all of this, right? Because if all these girls knew that he had a fucking girlfriend the whole entire time while this was happening, then, okay, like, they're gonna be like, oh, I don't know, have a nice day. I don't want to have any, like, sussy relationships with you. I'm just gonna, like, move on with my fucking life. Like, listen, it was nice talking to you, hanging out with you, playing games. I don't know, you want to stay friends, keep it platonic, yada, yada, yada. That's fine, whatever, who cares, right? The problem is that he was lying about that, right? He never disclosed that information, knowingly, right? Because he wanted to get into, well, a lot of these girls' pants.
Because, sure, you didn't delete Elfie on. Elfie acknowledges that you didn't leave her on, right? Because I've talked to Elfie. I'm friends with her. I've been friends with her before I even met you.
Okay.
Like, she acknowledges that you didn't lead her on. You led me on, though. You did lead me on, though.
Yeah.
You gave me all these fancy-ass promises about, oh, we're gonna go on a date when you can visit here. What, so you could cheat on your girlfriend again? So you could sleep with me so you could cheat on your girlfriend again?
That's true. With all the moving and stuff, that's a bunch of leading on.
What were you intending with that?
Well, I thought it was going to, be over.
Go what?
Like, I thought that was going to be the end of that.
The end of what?
My previous relationship.
You were gonna break up with so you could date me, or what?
Well, like I said, it'd been a long time where, like, we hadn't spent time together. Hadn't done anything in years.
Very, very vague on purpose, obviously.
I thought that was... That's some...
Like, he's trying to sell, like, okay, just to comment on this real quick. He's being rather vague on purpose here, right? This is intended, right? Because the optics right now for Sykkuno are horrendous, right? Very, very difficult to try to rhetorically get out of this in particular. So by being vague inherently and leaving a lot of questions up in the air, it can make it such that doubts can be thrown. Potential holes in the story can be potentially thrown. Now, people are obviously going to throw holes in this story anyways, whether we all like it or not. There's not much we can do, right? Given the current environment that we find ourselves under, especially with the internet, right? Death of subjectivity, the broader sort of philosophical tenet that I engage with, broadly speaking, and that due to social media and people, broadly speaking, not learning or not fitting in another person's shoes and not wanting to understand how they think, how they, move, how they breathe. I'm saying this all like metaphorically speaking, of course. It makes it such that people, broadly speaking, are going to be inherently like incapable of being able to have resolutions to certain fucking problems, right? Because they're just not like really interested into it, because they've planted their flag, they've staked their claim, they're not going to fucking move from this. The inherently like sort of like ridiculous individualistic societies that we find ourselves in, right? Like shit like that, right? Yeah, oh no, not DAHO saying bring up the death of subjectivity again. Ah, fuck.
Wait, yo.
What? I couldn't hear you.
I said, I thought that meant that was going to be like the end of it.
So you were already moving on before you even broke up with her? Were you intending to break up with her, or were you just waiting for her to break up with you?
No, I don't know. It's
So,
just a really weird
I just
mix of, like...
I just want to understand this.
Like, okay, here, buddy, Sykkuno, let me help you out, bud. If you know that the relationship's not working out, and you've known for seemingly a while, perhaps, I'm not sure how long he may have known this, right? Then why didn't you break up with... There's a hole here, right? Like, there's a problem here. Why didn't you break up with her? If you, like, how long did he know? He's not just going to say inherently on purpose. We don't really know exactly how long this has been, broadly speaking, sort of happening, for, I guess, a lack of a better term. You need to specify. You're the only one who fucking knows, buddy, right? And you have to say, but he's never going to say, because if he did, optically speaking, it would make him look really, really bad. It would make a bad situation much worse. So he's going to elect to probably not really say much of anything.
So what was your intention with me? Like, where was I in this whole thing? Like, were you intending to date me after her? Like, were you intending to just ditch to go date me?
I mean, I guess for me, it felt like it was already...
But that's not what I asked. I'm talking about me.
I mean, yeah, that's kind of what I was thinking.
You were thinking to just ditch her and then date me. What, were you going to do the same thing to me?
True.
I'm sorry, but like, you're not really selling this relationship thing really well. If this is the type of relationship she will uphold.
It's fine. I'm not trying to sell it.
I can tell.
Just trying to explain what's going on.
Yeah. The thing is, if I never reached out to Bao, because I didn't even reach out to Bao about you, right? I reached out to Bao about
Bao.
because he's lied behind my back to a bunch of people, and I was not okay with that. And then started lying about Bao.
So yes, we know that is the popular male VTuber that is explicitly mentioned within the Google document, right? Where there's, again, the eternal Bao tweet, where she is objectively correct. It is bulletproof. There is no fucking counter argument to this tweet whatsoever. I don't give a shit. You can suck my cock and fucking balls, right? It is still, to this day, bulletproof. I have, like, there's no... Let's just say fucking no arguments against this. I really don't think so, right? You can try. I don't give a shit. I'll destroy you. Period. End of story. I am that confident. Suck my dick. There's like the fact that a bunch of people, specifically male content creators, are having problems with this. Let's just say take in particular, that says a lot more about them than it does about the take in particular, especially because the arguments here are really, really bad. Trying to, again, like I've said before, the most common one is say that oh, why are you generalizing this to all men? That's not what it's doing. It's not a generalization. And honestly, you can interchange male with female. It's not a fucking problem. The argument will stay fucking consistent. The gender here doesn't matter. You're the ones who are making it about the fucking gender, not Bao.
That's when I reached out to Bao. I became friends with her roommate, and then I was talking with a little bit back and forth, and then you came up in the topic, and then she told me you had a girlfriend, and that your girlfriend has been venting to Bao this entire time.
Venting?
About
Sus.
how you gaslight her into staying, you make her feel bad anytime that she, like, wanted to leave because you cheated on her, and she knew that you cheated on her. She just didn't know who. Because you never...
Well, interesting. So the girlfriend more than likely, well, may not have known exactly, but had an inkling, more than likely, perhaps like sensing something strange within his behavior, if I were to take a guess, right? Some form of like tip-off saying, or instinct, what have you, right? We can come up with any fucking term here under the sun, right? It doesn't really matter. the idea that seemingly, because we know that she's been depressed and feeling terrible in the fucking relationship for the past 5 years at this point, right? We know this. The fact that he's just, like, broadly speaking, gaslighting her. This is abuse tactics, by the way. 1000%. This is abusive shit. Gaslighting her to stay in the relationship, seemingly, based off of what Mal is saying here, is very, very fucking bad. Because, again, this soft, uwu soft boy turned out to be a massive fuckboy instead.
I never told her that was Elfie. You just told her that you cheated on her in Paris. I think. I don't know if you told her, but I know she knew.
That's with Elfie. Who knows how many others?
Yeah, I did tell.
Why? Why go through all this trouble?
So he did tell her about the fucking cheating. Oh. It only... He's... It only gets worse. It only gets worse.
Because didn't know how to,
I mean, for God's sake, if the only thing why you even stayed with her is because she relied on me for a lot of things, you can afford to take care of her for a little bit before she gets back onto her feet.
That's true.
Like, at least don't put her through the trouble of, like, telling her, like, oh, like, I'm still gonna be with you, like, telling her that you're still her boyfriend, while actively cheating on her every single day.
True. That's...
You're right, I should have just,
Again, like... Again, he's being a fucking child here. Again, you have a will. The Nietzschean in me is just... Like, you have a will. You can do things. Do something. You have power. You have prominence. You have popularity. You have power. You can do anything. And you just elect just to say, no, I'm not. Forehead. And it's just like, bro, what? Like, hello? Are we for real? Seriously. Like, what the fuck is this shit, dude?
said how I felt.
Like, you could have just, deadass, if the only thing that you were concerned about is the fact that she relied on you for things, you could have just supported her until she got back onto her feet. So she could support herself. You know?
True.
And it wasn't just that.
Then what else?
Somehow hoping it would go back to how it used to be.
Well, I also already told you, cheating is not going to make it go back to how it used to be.
That's
It's
true.
easier to say that.
Especially when the girlfriend knows that through the call that they had with Bao, as said within the Google document itself, that she was crying during the whole time this call was happening. He instead of like talking with her, trying to comfort her or whatever, he's fucking talking with Mal instead on a Discord call. That's genuinely fucking insane, by the way.
It's the harsh truth. Nothing is going to go back the same way that it was if you're going to cheat on someone actively.
Well, that's why I'm going to change.
You're going to change what?
Yo, hashtag change, Zinch.
That's it. Everything.
What do you mean that's it?
I'm gonna change.
Just gonna change that.
You're going to stay with her?
Right.
Because honestly, I feel like the poor girl's been through enough. I don't think you should have to sit there and keep doing this to her. Because I was in a group chat with her while you were on stream. And this girl's absolutely distraught because of the shit that you've done to her. The shit that you've put her through. Like, genuinely. Do you know how much that
We saw the
someone up?
DMs, by the way.
Like, you already cheated on her once, and she decided...
That's a very good point, Mitsmini. Yeah, this isn't all just male content creators. Yeah, Colleen Ballinger, very, very good point. Ukulele Girl, yep, absolutely. There's other examples as well.
Trust you still. She decided to stay with you, despite the fact that you already had cheated on her and admitted to it.
True.
And what do? You go onto Twitter and go find the next girl to flirt with. Like, if anything, honest to God, I'm not even mad at this point. I'm just disappointed. I'm really disappointed.
Damn. That's fucked up, dude.
Yep, that's fair.
Because she's been crying to Bao about it. Bao's been sitting there, like, comforting this girl, trying to tell her, hey, maybe you should leave him. Because this isn't okay.
True.
This really isn't okay.
True.
You're putting this girl through mental strain.
Real?
Every single day.
That's, like, pretty much the only
you
thing
continue
that's
to be with
left,
her.
I'll be honest.
While you're sitting...
She should just fucking leave. Like, I don't know, it's gonna be tough for her, obviously. Like, I mean, but, like, what other choice is there? It's gotten to this fucking point. All by, again, Sykkuno's sort of... I don't know, like, inability? I'm trying to think of what the best term would be exactly here to say. But perhaps just... inability to want to seek any, like, resolution, seemingly, to this whatsoever that's going to be, like, fair and equitable for people. Like, it doesn't make any sense to me. Like, again, buddy, you have you have so many fucking cards that you can play. There's so much you can fucking do, and you're just electing not to do anything. Like, it doesn't make any sense to me.
You're having fun playing with your friends. Be so honest right now, Thomas.
So much silence. Because she's owning him in a debate. Let me tell you, folks.
You might be right.
Yeah.
She is.
Like, if it is money that she doesn't have, or if it's a job, or if it's family, or blah blah blah. Yeah, well, there, exactly. Just help her back on her feet until she can support herself, and then just leave the girl alone. Because she deserves better than that. Because you cannot sit there and be like, I love her, but do all this shit to her, and continue to let her stay in that situation.
Well, one part of that wasn't true.
What?
I mean, I think the feelings faded.
Well, then you should just let her go.
Again, like, I don't know, I'm starting to feel like okay, call me a lib cuck or whatever. I don't give a shit. The fact that he just keeps saying the feelings faded, it's like, okay, then break up. Leave. Leave. Can we have agency? Please? Can we like do something? Like the whole, because he's trying to do the fucking whole boy failure shtick right here, right? Saying like, well, you know, I didn't know what I could do. I like, it was all like lost and the spark was lost. I had no idea what to do. It's like, okay, bro, like, have a talk, leave, and then move on with your life. I don't know. Yeah, that would be too easy, unfortunately. Saying that's a good point.
Instead of just sitting her there wasting her time.
Okay, well. Anyway.
And also, why'd you get on the call with me when right now she's upset? I know she lives with you.
True.
I already talked to her.
Yeah, you should be there to.
I'm going to talk to you first.
You should be there to comfort her. She's the one that you cheated on.
Genuinely insane, by the way. Like, again, like, why are you talking with the fucking the e-girl that you fucking met on Twitter first over your girlfriend that you've been living with for 2 years? That doesn't make any sense to me. It's insane, dude. Yeah, that's true. That's true. They're saying you can't make the game easy. That's not fun. That's true.
I'm going to be doing that. I just wanted to settle this first.
This is not settled. I'm not upset with you. Like, genuinely not upset with you.
I mean, that's fine. By settled, I mean, like...
Holy shit, dude.
That's it. Like...
What's it?
Probably never talking again.
You and me?
Oh, that's definitely happening. That's the least.
What? Why?
Is that not why?
What is why? I'm still upset with you, but you didn't cheat on me. You can still talk to me and be, like, make up for your actions. Don't get me wrong, because I always am there for second chances. But I never will forgive you for cheating on her. That's...
So, I've okay, quick interruption here, right? I'm seeing a lot of people, broadly speaking, again, because he said what? Like, oh, that can seem a little fucking weird. That Mal there, for whatever reason, and this fucking dumbass over here, right here, is also fucking bringing that up in particular. You can still have, like, I don't know, have, like, rapport with one another. You're not dating. That's not being implied. That's not being said here. That doesn't make any fucking sense. I don't know why this dipshit is fucking saying this, right? Like, serial cheater, master manipulator, and dangerous predator, and still you are giving him a second chance. He's a horrible freak, but you are quite strange, too, for this, especially after what he did to his girlfriend. That doesn't mean they're gonna date. They can still talk with one another. They can, like, hang out or whatever. That's, like, fine. Like, who cares? Right? Like, just because, like, something like this that's terrible in a fucking relationship happens, that doesn't mean you're gonna, like, inherently cut off, like, you're just not in a romantically involved with your ex. Like, sure, like, very often, depending on how the breakup works up, if it's a bad breakup, if it's a good breakup, plenty of people are still friendly with their exes when they leave relationships with them, right? It doesn't happen often, but it happens, right? Like, again, the relationship, although got very fucking spicy between Mal and Sykkuno, yada yada yada, right? Her particular boundary, that's just how she feels or whatever. That's her sort of, like, decision there, distinction there, yada yada yada, whatever. All these dynamics vary from relationship to person to person. It's, again, incredibly, like, impossible to tell. This is, again, death of subjectivity here, okay? I'm engaging in broadly thinking, subjective fucking thinking, okay? I'm trying to understand the position that Mal is specifically coming at here, and I'm coming to the conclusion that, broadly speaking, she felt like, in her personal opinion, that because of the fact that Sykkuno didn't cheat on her, he cheated on her girlfriend, that she's never going to fucking forgive that whatsoever. But that doesn't necessarily mean they're going to engage in the current relationship or the relationship that we're having before all of this. They can just remain on, like, speaking terms or whatever, or if they, like, want to hang out or some shit, whatever, that's fine. Who really cares? Keep it, like, platonic instead. That's what she's doing, which honestly, given that could be potentially the case, I could be entirely fucking wrong, right? Totally fucking wrong. That's incredibly fucking kind of her, because most people, it'd be persona non grata. It'd be over, right? Relationship cut off. You're not friends. You're, like, eternal enemies for the rest of time. Blah, 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 kind of shit. Type shit, right? And it's over. Like, all of it's fucking cut off. It's Jover, Blover, Mover, Bover, yada, 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 right? It depends, right? It's just, I don't know, like, it fucking depends, right? It fucking depends. Yeah, if she's being too nice to him, IMO. If I did this to a partner, I would expect at least a few bruises and a laser accurate chunkla to the side of the head. Well, okay, boy meets mini, we get it. You would fucking date Latinas or some shit, or Latinos. Listen, I have no way which way you would swing. You are ace, right? What, like... Boy meets mini just saying the type of person you would go specifically for? I'm just saying. Yeah, but I'm not. Listen, I understand that South Asians in California are on the Latina belt. Wait, there's a bunch of Romanians there as well. Okay, that doesn't really surprise me. But listen, they're not all gonna date the Latinas. Okay, listen, they're not all Shadow the Hedgehog, Boy Meets Mini. Okay, shut your goofy ass up. Yeah. But. Oh, Jesus. What was my fucking point? They're probably not going to date. I'm going to operate on the assumption. The fundamental sort of trust that exists in relationships, broken. That shit's over. Jover, blover, mover, bover, wover. Okay? Who gives a shit? Alright? It's over. She's not going to fucking trust him. She's never going to forgive him for the fucking cheating stuff. You can still be on, like, friendly terms with one another, right? And that's, like, fine. That's normal. It depends on the fucking relationships, of course. Like, I will admit, like, the stuff that happened between Sykkuno and Mal over here, very, very fast, accelerated, completely out of fucking control. They didn't hook up quite yet. I don't know, because, again, a lot of these dynamics, it varies per people. It's very complicated. It depends on the fucking situations, how certain people think. Like, I'm not a fucking mind reader. Not yet, at the very least. But to try to, like, say that, why are you being so weird here for trying to give him a fucking second chance to try to redeem himself if he's such a horrible freak? It's just like, dog, you have no idea what she means by a fucking second chance. Are they gonna fucking date? You have no clue. Damn sleep.
There are a lot of girls that are upset with you, by the way, because Alfie's not the only one that has hit me up.
Yeah, that sounds like you've heard things.
Yeah, and you lied to me a lot about that too.
That's true.
A lot. Because, how big was the roster again?
The roster?
I have one of those.
I mean, maybe not the same.
Cappuccino, frappuccino, rappuccino, frappuccino, rappuccino, cappuccino.
Time, but you sure do hop around.
Suppose so.
Yeah. All I care about right now is that it's okay.
That's the girlfriend.
Keep me updated on that.
I don't know if that's a possibility.
You can keep me updated on how she's doing. You can keep me updated on when she moves out, because I don't think she'll be living with you anymore.
Probably not. One would assume.
I don't think you need me to do that.
I mean, yeah, I care about her. Like,
Yeah, she can do that.
True. I'll just reach out to her then. But, yeah, no, just...
Probably to, again, I think the express purpose for as to why Mal is doing that in particular is for one reason and one reason only, to keep him accountable, to make sure that he does not skirt any responsibility for what he should be doing.
Like, you go talk to her. She needs you right now.
Yeah, okay. Oh, bye.
Bye, Thomas.
Not Thomas the Tank Engine.
Shortly after the call, the last thing Mal would ever say to Sykkuno would be, "I'm beyond disappointed in you." So look, according to Mal, there are countless other victims.
Countless other victims, yada yada yada. I believe this is like Mujin sort of wrapping it all up in a little bit of a bow here, right? We've gotten exactly what we needed out of all this in terms of the call against, well, Sykkuno. Alright, this is future DAHO here. Because there has been obvious fucking developments in terms of all of this. Will I be continuing to do, I guess, like, more future DAHO in terms of further developments? I don't know, I'll put a fucking pinned comment about future fucking DAHO in the fucking video. Sure, fuck it, why not? I think that's fine, consistent, blah, 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 blah. Future DAHO here. There have obviously been more coming to lights, more fucking leaks here by Mal herself. Now, I will give myself some fault here. I've had some time to further reflect on all of this. I didn't really, okay, perhaps because my brain was a little fried, yada, yada, yada. This is my mistake. I'll admit to that, sure. Perhaps because I was not exactly understanding the exact fucking timeline of events that we were working with here, I was looking upon all of this based off of this new bit of information that we have here, with this in particular, which got a fucking random-ass community note, but whatever, sure, that's fine. This particular sort of release of further DMs, because a bunch of people were talking about, the timing here seems to be rather fucking inconsistent, Mal. Like, what is going on here? When I don't think it's really been inconsistent whatsoever. So, again, very, very fucking quickly. Okay, so, Valentine's Day, on the day of, right? Sykkuno follows her, they start DMing with one another, blah, 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 blah. She says that she got confidence to do that right after a friend of hers gave her the confidence to do that. She decided to fucking say it. Start to fucking DM Sykkuno, right? So that's on fucking Valentine's Day. I should probably just fucking scroll up just to make it easier for myself. Initial DMs, blah, 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 blah. They talk about games. Very, very fucking cool. And then, this is the exact same fucking day, they take it over to the Discord DMs. Talk about where she fucking lives and shit like that. I don't know about the private fucking Instagram stuff in terms of the follow. I'm operating under the assumption this is also the same day. There's no time specified here. Blah, 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 blah. I mean, this is 10:16. This says 7:49. I don't know what the time zone here is. I don't know if this is in the AM or PM. I mean, there's a little moon here. That could be a potential indicator here in terms of whether this is AM or fucking PM. So I think probably it's at 7:50 in the night, perhaps probably her time if I were to operate under that particular assumption based off of where she's living within Europe. I don't really see how that particularly matters all that much. Just fucking throwing it out there. And then this was the second day, right? 16th of fucking February, based off of the dates on here. They get together, they play games. This is the next day after that, so this would be the third day or second day. Starting on the 15th. No, this was tomorrow. Okay, they got together on the next day in order to fucking play games with one another. And then the second day, they talk about moving in with one another, yada, yada, yada. This dating history stuff, this was about a week after, about a week, little less than a week, where they start talking about the dating history that Sykkuno has. Her asking about, how the fuck are you single? Like, that's crazy. You're, like, highly fucking desired. Well, she didn't say that, but that's kind of, like, the implication there, right? Obviously, okay? That was about a week. I'm just, again, I'll just stipulate this. As future DAHO, I just want to put together a whole fucking timeline, summary of the timeline, blah, 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 blah. Skip to this. I don't really give a shit. Do it however you want, right? Don't give a shit. So this was Sykkuno specifically lying about the fact that he was single and his dating history. Although there was also a screenshot of someone else who came out with some allegations before, or rather, side of their story, talking about how they dated Sykkuno from 2015 to 2019, right? So we can make a technical argument saying that, well, Sykkuno is not exactly inaccurate in saying that he was dating someone once and that they broke up with him. I don't remember exactly where the fucking screenshot is. Probably wouldn't be smart for me to fucking save it. I don't know who the fuck the person is. Could just be a random on Twitter. I just feel like it is probably correct for me to sort of bring it up. So I'm bringing it up here. It's one random fucking screenshot. Yada, 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 right? To say that, yes, potentially Sykkuno is not lying about his dating history, but he was definitely lying about being single. That, for sure, is not a fucking lie. He has a girlfriend during this whole entire time. That's indisputable, right? So there's the talk about being single. Here is the talk about sexting and I guess getting more spicy. This was also based off the dates here, where things started to get a little more fucking spicy, or where they were talking about meeting up IRL. This was also 2 days after. Same day where they were talking about moving in with one another. I guess signaling to Mal that that Sykkuno, rather, might be interested in a more long-term relationship. Put a pin in that. That's important. Because I never fucking mentioned that. Based off of the shit that's come out recently. And we'll get to this, right? In the whole timeline of events. This is 28th and also the 5th of March. So about 2 weeks after they started to get more fucking spicy, exchange, or rather, she would send audio recordings of herself. This was where they were talking about wanting to date, what dates they were going to do. This was on the 5th of March. This right here is the 10th of March. This was where I guess the infamous part where, okay, because people seemingly thought that Mal was demanding to know if Sykkuno was really touching himself to the fucking audio clips. You know, I've kind of wondered if you've ever touched yourself while watching what I send you. You get flustered so easily, right? I mean, again, this is how a lot of these dynamics, broadly speaking, work, from what I broadly speaking understand. They've been expressing interest in one another. On the second day, they were talking about meeting with each other and moving in with one another. This is kind of something that was, I would say, rather inevitable. That the talks between them would get more flirtatious, more spicy, blah, 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 blah. And that Mal, being, from what I know now, some form of a sex worker, or at the very least post-lewd content, this is more in line with the sort of whole shtick that she, broadly speaking, has, right? In terms of posting a bunch of fucking, well, lewd content. Whether it be, pictures of herself in certain fucking costumes, it be, ASMR sort of audio and shit like that, blah, 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 blah. This is very, very in continuity with a lot of, LewTubers who are not willing to 100% go into the full sort of, sex work aspect of this nude, pornographic work, yada, yada, yada. Pretty fucking simple, right? She likes being fucking spicy on the internet, right? Whatever. That's her fucking prerogative. That's her hobby. Don't really give a shit. Listen, you do what you want in terms of that. So long as you're safe about it. So this is about a week later, where they're still being inherently fucking flirtatious with one another. Very, very fucking cool. Here is, of course, the sugar daddy sort of positions. This was obviously before, out of order in terms of the timeline. So this was 5th of March. This is for the gym vest, and this right here is for fucking Resident Evil in terms of, well, the fucking money. So In terms of all this, it is out of order. I know a lot of people were also saying that, why are you accusing Sykkuno of being a sugar daddy? Because this wasn't the only girl that he did this with. He did this with multiple women, right? I've seen takes about this saying, like, why are you saying that he was doing... I mean, like, literally in this fucking document itself, this is the, PayPal transfers that Sykkuno had from his fucking business email to Elfilea. So, again, you can say that this is something that he's done constantly before, right? Because, again, and we're going to get to the whole, I guess, Bao debacle, for lack of a better term, where Bao's friend also came out with a lot of similar sort of allegations of patterns of behavior. That's how a lot of this stuff, generally speaking, works, right? A lot of this shit is similar fucking patterns of behavior that a lot of these people sort of observe and notice. That's the fucking main crux right there, where you can say, like, hey, this is a thing that he did with me. Hey, this is a thing that he did with me. Hey, this is also a thing that he did with me, right? Which then people can probably speaking piece together. Oh, this is a pattern of abuse that he, generally speaking, has done, right? And again, a lot of people love to do semantic arguments, specifically about the term predatory. The reason why I think it is correct to apply the term predatory, right, is because it is inherently about fucking exploitation. Sykkuno has a massive fucking platform, millions of followers across multiple fucking platforms, has a lot of wealth. He's a multimillionaire, of course, prominence within the space, and he's very, very well fucking connected. That, in terms of the environment that we find ourselves in, that puts him in a position of power. That's how this works. And he's able to wield said power in order to be able to get favors from a lot of these women. As has been said here, he's hooked up with a bunch of these girls that he's met at fucking cons, right? He's done this behavior already. We know this, right? So therefore, you can certainly say, based off of the aspect of exploitative sexual behavior, that he is absolutely in line with the definition of a fucking predator. Abso-fucking-lutely. I would agree with this assessment, right? If we're being consistent with our definitions here. Because a lot of people... Because, again, because of a lot of the noise that people, broadly speaking, have put out on the fucking internet because of anti-Me Too stuff, they say that being a predator means that there has to be inherent, like, non-consent. Generally speaking, that's implied. I don't agree with that. It is about... Predator, I think, means something very, 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 very fucking specific. It is all inherently about predation or exploitation, first and foremost. Listen, we're doing a little bit of Marxist material analysis. Oh, scary. I can't believe that a Marxist would do material analysis. Oh, shocker. I know. So, I think it is accurate to say that Sykkuno engaged in fucking predatory behavior because of the main core tenet of all this, that being the exploitation of these women, is fulfilled. It's a... To put this in about as nerdy of a fucking term as possible, there's a 1 where there normally should be a fucking 0, okay? It is a true fucking statement, right? I don't know why I fucking did that. I'm really fucking tired. It's far the boring where I'm at. I don't know why the fuck I'm saying that. Shut the fuck up. Whatever. So again, this is a consistent fucking pattern of behavior here by Sykkuno that has been, broadly speaking, corroborated by multiple fucking women. 3 that we know of, and probably even more that we don't know about. A lot of people came out with their experiences. And of course they varied. A lot of them said they were built different than they saw it coming from a mile away. Good for you. Fantastic. A lot of them also said that he would do similar behavior, but they stopped it before it got, well, too far. Great, fucking fantastic. Lots of various fucking takes out there. You can take a look at all of this. Because we all know that boy was sliding in fucking everybody's fucking DMs. Everyone got a fucking DM from fucking Sykkuno, especially if they were a VTuber or a cosplayer, and if they were fucking smaller, right? That's the one consistent fucking through line that they were, generally speaking, smaller fucking creators. Creators that are easier for him to exploit in a predatory sort of fashion. For what purpose exactly? To get fucking sexual favors, because he knows, because of the fact that they have a significantly smaller platform in comparison to them, it makes it such that, well, a lot of these people are not going to be able to sort of offer much of a fucking pushback, because he has a huge fan base against a bunch of a huge fan base spread across multiple platforms who are going to fucking defend him in a very, very parasocial context, because of the fact of how the parasocial relationships he has, broadly speaking, built throughout his fucking career work, right? Very, very fucking easy. So, back to the fucking timeline. I went on a little bit of a fucking ramble there. The tism. So, again, corroborated sort of evidence here. This is Elfilea, who got a bunch of fucking money to attend a fucking con in Paris at TFT in 2025. This is in line because he was also there. They were going to meet each other with the presumption that they were going to fucking hook up, yada, yada, yada. That's what that $500 there, I believe, is there for. And what is this? I think these during December were for something else entirely. But I believe, broadly speaking, for as to why Mal is bringing these up in particular is because of the fact that it is to say, yeah, it's a consistent pattern of behavior. Love bombs, all that fucking shit, paying out people to try to, like, meet up with him, yada, 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 right? Obviously consistent with, okay, yes. The stuff, okay, I was not wrong. The stuff over here with the, before the 12th of December, that was for the TF2, like, tournament convention thing, right? Okay, cool, great, fantastic, no fucking problems there, right? The thing for December 16th, I'm not exactly sure. Maybe it's a Christmas gift. Whatever. Who cares? Obviously, this is the whole Elfilea thing. We're not, like, going to, broadly speaking, look at her in terms of the timeline of events, because he was talking with her on and off for about 5 years, based off of what Mal is saying. Because, again, these two girls have, well, talked with one another. Yada, yada, yada. Right? So, obviously, we get to the sort of rumor sort of segment. A lot of rumors have floated around Sykkuno. Generally speaking, that fucking happens because he is a massive fucking content creator. There's a reason why I'm bringing this up, because then it gets into, well, Sykkuno's fucking girlfriend, right? Lots of rumors. People have said stuff about him. Massive content creator, that he's, you know, broadly speaking, a bit of a seemingly, like, weirdo fucking abuser, blah, 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 or might be predatory weirdo abuser. A lot of this stuff didn't stick because of the fact that, A, most of that was probably kept private, or B, if it was put out there, it didn't end up really going anywhere because of the fact that, well, they didn't necessarily have as large of a platform in comparison to Sykkuno, and potentially may have gone shut down by his fans. The second part right there, pure fucking speculation on my end, it's just that this is a broader pattern of behavior that I've seen with a lot of heavily parasocial fans in the fucking past. So that's why I'm just bringing that up for posterity's sake. Now, we get to the part about the confrontations. The coincidence that would lead me to find out the truth about Sykkuno happened last week, right? So she wrote this document right around the 10th, right? That was when it was released. Maybe she wrote it during the 9th and then decided to release it on the 10th. So we can operate under the assumption that she knew about the behavior, or rather Sykkuno's girlfriend, on either April 2nd or 3rd, right? We can operate under that general broad assumption based off of what she is saying here, because I've not seen really anything else to sort of, well, I guess, like, throw doubt into the wind of that. Popular male VTuber tried to slide in my DMs and presumably get in my pants, and when I rejected him, he immediately started to mention nasty rumors about Bao. Out of concern for her, I reached out to a mod who then contacted me with Bao. Three of us struck up a conversation. When I mentioned I was nervous about a date I was going on, they asked me who it was. So again, casual conversation, the idea of the date, because we know that Sykkuno and Mal were, broadly speaking, arranging this based off of the DMs they had, and this was right around the time of March 24th. Casual conversation is where it comes up. This is where she contacted Bao, right? On March 24th. If we head back up in terms of our timeline of events, they were talking about potentially dating each other. Here, the gym date at the 5th of March, right? Where they were going to meet each other. I believe, was this, I think at TwitchCon EU specifically. The Netflix date that was also specifically, I guess broadly speaking, planned on the 17th of February. And also back on the 15th of February, where they were planning to do a date at a fucking aquarium within Amsterdam in line with fucking TwitchCon EU, right? That's why they wanted to go on a date with each other, TwitchCon EU, yada, yada, yada. That is where this is the whole idea, the sort of plan for a date, of course, coming up about a month later, because that's when she got into contact with Mao, blah, 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 blah. And that's why she mentioned this this plan for a fucking date, specifically to Bao and her fucking moderator, right? Entirely fucking consistent. Back down to the whole sort of Bao segment. So, Bao told me that at the end of March. This is being, right here, the 24th. Consistent in terms of our timeline here. Sykkuno's girlfriend reached out to her regarding a controversial tweet Bao made last year. Of course, the rather, shall we say, infamous, bulletproof tweet made here by fucking Bao, where she was entirely correct, no notes, 10 out of 10 take. I have no fucking criticisms whatsoever. Dumbasses can cope and seethe about it. I don't give a shit. Fuck off. She asked Bao if it was true that the tweet was about Sykkuno. So that is Sykkuno's girlfriend asking about this. So Bao told her this stuff about this is the girlfriend asking Bao about the controversial fucking tweet. And this is Mal finding out specifically about Sykkuno's girlfriend reaching out to this specifically. So they called, and Bao explained to her that other women had confided in her about similar experiences with him. This is how very often a lot of this works. She described a pattern of behavior where he targeted small female content creators and pressured them into having sex with him. Bao then offered to connect her with those other victims so they could share their experiences with her directly, as she felt it was very important for them to hear firsthand. This was all discussed during a Discord call. So, a lot of these people do obviously know each other in the content creation space. It's broadly speaking how it works. Let's just say, I guess the sort of metaphorical web of Sykkuno is far-reaching and very, very wide, right? And a lot of these girls confided in Bao, probably because of the fact that she was brave enough and gave them the confidence to start talking about this because of this tweet. Now, obviously, I operated on the assumption that this was probably about Mizkif. I like I said, I complimented Bao on this for being rather fucking clever about the timing of the fucking tweet, making it such that, oh, is she talking about Mizkif here? Who is she talking about here exactly? We obviously know that this is more than likely now about Sykkuno specifically. So the call that happened on the 24th of March, where it was Sykkuno's fucking girlfriend who reached out to Bao when she saw the fucking viral tweet. She herself eventually also ended up getting the confidence to want to try to inquire about the fucking tweet. And that was when Bao told her, "Oh, honey, there's been a lot of fucking girlies who've been talking about experiences they've been having with your fucking boyfriend. I've got a lot of fucking testimony. Lots of fucking people have talked to me about this. Let's get on a call together with them so you can hear about this firsthand." That was all discussed during a Discord call. Bao told me that 3 days before I contacted her and her mod, Sykkuno and his girlfriend were trying to reconcile after Sykkuno somehow managed to convince her that it was all a huge misunderstanding. She had no clue that I, as well as many other girls, still existed in Sykkuno's romantic and sexual life. So, broadly speaking, from what we are understanding here, so Bao told me that 3 days before I contacted her and her mod. So, I believe, told me at the end of March, Sykkuno's girlfriend reached out to her. So, the DM between Mal and Bao did not happen on the 24th. This is Sykkuno's fucking girlfriend, because why would it be fucking blacked it out or redacted in any way, shape, and form? Why would Mal redact her own name there? Doesn't make a lot of sense. So this is Sykkuno's girlfriend. This whole interaction here was 3 days before. So I believe this was during the 27th of March. In line, Bao told me at the end of March, Sykkuno's girlfriend reached out to her regarding a controversial tweet. Obviously, 24th. Told me 3 days before I contacted her and her mod. Or would that be the 21st? Am I getting my fucking math wrong here? I might be getting my fucking math wrong here. There's a very specific reason why I'm speaking on about the 27th. This whole fucking debacle, specifically with the... And this is where I got a little confused myself. I'll be quite honest. I might have confused myself. Maybe I'm just being a dumbass. Whatever. Blah, 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 blah. I could be a complete fucking idiot. Bao told me that 3 days before I contacted her and her mod. Sykkuno and his girlfriend were trying to reconcile after Sykkuno somehow managed to convince her that it was all a huge misunderstanding. I believe more than likely the reasoning why Sykkuno was probably able to convince her is because, based off of the follow-up call, Sykkuno then got all the messages, concrete, hard evidence, where they just decided to only go ahead with maybe just just testimony from a bunch of different girls, right? Talking about this. Maybe she wasn't fully convinced, Sykkuno's girlfriend, and Sykkuno was able to help reconcile with his fucking girlfriend based off of that. That is my fucking assumption. I could be completely and entirely, utterly fucking wrong. So, if my numbers are sort of correct here, and we might as well fucking bring this up now, this interaction here happened on the fucking 27th of March. So, Bao told me 3 days before before I contacted her and her mod. I called Bao to explain to her. So this would be about her talking about the interaction that Bao and her mod had with Sykkuno's fucking girlfriend, right? They called Bao, explained to her other women have confided with her experiences with him. She described a pattern of behavior. This would have happened on the 24th. This would be then on the fucking 27th then, I think. That's where I'm like a little fucking lost. It's just the pure fucking timing about this. Again, maybe I'm just an idiot and I'm fucking overthinking it. That's entirely fucking possible. From what I'm understanding in terms of this line in particular, that she told her about Sykkuno's fucking behavior 3 days before I contacted her and her mod, I assume we're talking about Bao here. I think that's probably the part that's like fucking confusing me in all of this, but whatever. Sykunno and the girlfriend reconciled, I guess the same day. Who knows? It's not exactly where that fucking matters. Now we have to get into the sort of bit here that we now know of, or the updated information, the additional fucking leak. So, this happened on the 27th of March. So, either Mal herself decided to go ahead with a fucking confrontation of Sykkuno 3 days sort of after the call she had, or she contacted Bao on the 27th. I mean, it is in line with the end of March. I'm going to operate under the assumption now that she contacted Bao. I could be entirely fucking wrong here. That she contacted Bao on the fucking 27th, right? About that viral fucking tweet, asking her a fucking question about it. We don't have the DM of that specifically, so I can't corroborate really the fucking date. I'm going to operate, I'm going to operate under the assumption that this all happened within the fucking same day, right? Based off of this. Unless she told her, told her about this bit over here on the fucking 21st, and that's when she fucking reached out. I'm not 100% fucking certain. Whatever. Like, out of concern for her, I reached out to her mod, then connected to me with Bao. So then I guess this happened on the 21st. Yeah, Bao told me that 3 days before I contacted her and her mod, Sykkuno and her girlfriend. 3 days before I contacted her and her mod. I don't know why I'm having such a fucking struggle with this. It is a fucking inconsistency. Maybe I'm just not understanding correctly. She has said she's fucking SL. Maybe that's like what's tripping me up. Whatever. Yada yada yada. I could be entirely fucking wrong here. I could just be a fucking dumbass. For all I fucking know. Here's what I think this actually is. So, Bao told me that 3 days before I contacted her and her mod, or told me that, and this is in reference to Sykkuno reaching out to Bao about that controversial tweet, which was not wrong. This was on the 27th, and that, or on the 24th, and that in reality, this is probably all on the fucking 27th. Okay, I'm just gonna go with that. I could be entirely wrong here, blah, 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 blah. I could just be a complete dumbass. Whatever. I want to move on with my life. So, then we have this interaction here, based off of Bao telling Mal the interaction that she had with Sykkuno. That she had with Sykkuno's girlfriend instead. And that this is probably the information that she was told 3 days before that, right? So I'm assuming that end of March, she contacted her on the 27th. Could also be the 21st. That's technically, I'm not sure if that's really in line with end of the month. That's a little tenuous at best, whatever. I'm going to operate under the assumption this is all happening at the end of the month, blah, 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 blah. So here. Yeah, I understand that. Maybe it'll change one day, but let's just be regular friends. And if we hang out more and more, and it grows into more than that, let's do that. I feel like you are ready, and it's the same as with other things, like I want to feel ready to reciprocate the same feelings. And right now, I'm not, so it feels unfair to you. Well, you take all the time you need for that. I've told you to do. I've always told you to do what you feel comfy with. So, people are hyper-specifically fixating on the fact that, I guess Mal had latent feelings for Sykkuno. She found out about Sykkuno's girlfriend about a week before that, right? As she has said herself. This proof provided by OP does not prove that both them and Sykkuno decided to be friends, but rather Sykkuno suggesting that they stay friends and OP admitting to struggling to get over feelings. This is a really fucking awful community note. No, she was operating under the fucking assumption, if I were to sort of understand myself, she, at this point, when she learned about the fucking girlfriend stuff, right? That was on the fucking 3rd. She didn't know. She still thought that Sykkuno was fucking single, right? Look at the fucking document again. Bao told me 3 days before I had contacted her and her mod about the interaction they had with Sykkuno's fucking girlfriend. So she still doesn't know that Sykkuno has a fucking girlfriend, or she has an inkling now that she does have, or Sykkuno does have a fucking girlfriend. And essentially what is being said here is that she is probably upset about the fact, or not upset, more so upset about the fact that Sykkuno was not reciprocating the feelings of wanting to have something that's more long-term or committed. I think Mal still did not understand that essentially she was, or did not know that Sykkuno was a fucking girlfriend. To anyone who wants to claim I wanted to get back with them, here's us also agreeing to staying just friends, since he didn't give me the consistency I needed. When I say I wanted something long-term and something committed, I meant that. I was giving him a second chance as my friend, but I can't be friends with someone who clearly does not learn from his actions. With this, I'm moving on with my life now, and will be going back to posting as normal. Don't forget to be kind to people. So I think, because as she has said herself, that she did not know that Sykkuno had a fucking girlfriend. She learned all of this in the past, like, fucking week. Right? So, April 2nd, April fucking 3rd. And then, of course, the document was made. Yada, yada, yada. Based off of the fucking call that they had later. So, that's in line. Sykkuno, broadly speaking, was not being consistent with what Mal was wanting. She wanted a long-term relationship. Sykkuno was not reciprocating those feelings. From what I am understanding here, and this is what I am interpreting, she still did not know that Sykkuno had a girlfriend at this point. Because otherwise, I don't know, why would she be saying this stuff, right? Like, think about it. Seems a little weird, wouldn't it? Unless you want to be seemingly dishonest and say that she was upset about being the side piece and wanted to be the main hoe. I don't think that's really the case. That seems a little strange to me. Like, why would that be the case? Don't really know. Never expected anything from you or needed it from you. I was here because I wanted to simply be. If you want us to just be friends, then that's okay too. It might take some time for me to get a little over because I still have feelings for you. But if that's what you want, I just want you to know what you want and need. So that is the part that people are hyper-specifically fixating upon, saying that she expressed that she still had feelings for him. We've taken a look at all the fucking DMs. They were very spicy and explicit, right? They were clearly catching a bunch of feelings. Well, I don't know about Sykkuno. Mal certainly was. Maybe Sykkuno was as well. Who knows? Whatever. Doesn't necessarily matter exactly at this point. I believe that Mal still did not have the fucking full knowledge that, again, Sykkuno had a fucking girlfriend at this point, and that he was still fucking single, and Sykkuno was being a little wishy-washy in terms of wanting to have a more longer-term committed relationship. And I think it makes sense that Mal would ask about that specifically, because literally on the fucking second day of these exchanges of DMs, they were talking about moving in with one another and adopting a fucking cat and shit like that. Like, I think it makes sense. We're operating off of parasocial sort of relationships here. It makes sense that people are going to start catching feelings like that. That's just how these relationships, broadly speaking, work. So now, back to the fucking timeline. So Sykkuno was able to reconcile with his girlfriend, tried to essentially convince, and it was successful in convincing her that it was a big misunderstanding. And then there was another call. I would have liked if this was not said yesterday at whatever, but I think, in terms of the timeline, the date this is happening would either be, say, the 1st or the 2nd of April. So, she had no clue that I, as well as many other girls, still existed in Sykkuno's romantic and sexual life. Bao in her mod would put me in a group chat with Sykkuno's girlfriend where I would share all the screenshots you see above. She was rightfully horrified and left the group chat because she couldn't stomach reading them. So, yeah. Shocked and fucking distraught. I believe, because Discord saying that it was yesterday at 6:52. More than likely, when these screenshots happened, was during, and I'm assuming when the screenshots were started to be collected by Mal herself in terms of her interactions with Sykkuno, was after this interaction that she had with Bao at around the time of the 27th, right? That's when she contacted Bao, which would be in line with the end of the month, and where, broadly speaking, she still was operating under the assumption that Sykkuno was fucking single at this point. Had like some fucking inklings based off of that fucking discussion, blah 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 blah, right? Unless I'm misinterpreting this. I could be entirely fucking misinterpreting this. But whatever. Then that's my fault then. So, then the grand reveal happens right around, I'd say, the 1st or the 2nd. Scheduling, I don't know exactly what happened in between a lot of the days from the 27th to the fucking 1st or the 2nd, which is where I'm assuming this fucking call, generally speaking, happened with Sykkuno's girlfriend. And then, no, it would have to be the call itself, the confrontation of the call. If we see the fucking screenshots for that. That was on the 4th. Okay, so this call with Sykkuno's girlfriend would then have to have been on the 3rd. Okay. And which is in line... Okay. It's all come together to me now. All right. This would be perfectly in line with what Mal herself is saying in terms of her learning about Sykkuno having a girlfriend a week ago. Because this fucking document was released on the 10th. She also said on the 10th that she learned about Sykkuno having a girlfriend about a fucking week ago. So this call happened on the 3rd, and she more than likely got into contact with Bao right around that fucking time. More than likely in the sort of interim period, if I were to take a guess. Things make a lot more sense to me. Okay, cool. Let's say like 27th, 28th, something around there, right around the end of March. So, the call then happens... The whole expose happens. Google document is created with Elfilea after they got into contact with one another 2 weeks before this all sort of happened, where they talked about their fucking interactions. They're just like, this is very sussy. They got into the call with Sykkuno's girlfriend, and it all fucking blows up, right? From there. Mujin video, Google Docky dropped. All the fucking dumbasses say their dumbass shit. Okay, perfect, great, fantastic. That's future DAHO. Talking about the broader sort of timeline of events, because I felt like it was important for me to specify all of this, and we have like a, I guess, more general sort of understanding of the ordering of all the events. Unless I'm like completely fucking wrong, and I'm being a dumbass because it's 4 in the fucking goddamn morning, where I'm currently at. That could also entirely be the case, and I could just be completely fucking wrong. Someone who is the super lore master or whatever the fuck can sort of like let me fucking know in the comments. Yada yada yada. Whatever. How about some reactions? Reactions! One that I've been broadly speaking sort of alluding to specifically is this one that just came out here by Scarra. Scarra, I believe he's the founder of OfflineTV. Old League of Legends gamer, if you know, you know, yada, yada, yada. He started the content organization. I believe also got Sykunno into OfflineTV or something. No, that was probably LilyPichu who did that. Whatever, you know what I mean. Blah, 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 blah. Scarra on Sykunno. Shocked. He has a girlfriend that's been around him for 7 years. Now, this is interesting. 7 years. It's been longer than 5. Ooh. No, I don't think it's another one. I think this is the same one, Boy Meets Mini. 7 years. So I guess, for example, The girlfriend that he had was in his life for about 7 years. They probably had a good relationship for like 2 years or whatever, and then something happened at around year 2, and then the next 5 years, based off of what the document is being said here, right? That she's been neglected and depressed, that he's been with since 2021. In reality, it seems like it was actually I lost my fucking goddamn tab. There's my fucking tab. We'll get to all that other stuff. It turns out it was actually fucking longer than that. Who would have fucking thought? Because, well, we didn't really have any of the fucking information in particular for a lot of this stuff in particular, right? Very, very sort of, I suppose, quiet, I suppose, about the girlfriend stuff, because again, as anyone else would said, if you're framing yourself as some form of fucking boy failure, as soon as you know that there's a girlfriend in the picture, the illusion stops, and instantaneously the illusion is over, and the sort of persona is gone. Period. End of story. Right? That's the main fucking problem here. Right? So obviously that information was going to be highly kept under wraps for Sykkuno, right, in order to have this whole sort of thing work out. But here, besides all the stuff, what, you think I'll still be friends with him? This is a quick summary. I heard in the past Sykkuno did some stuff. I feel bad for LilyPichu and his girlfriend. I just want to take a listen to this. I really am curious about this 7 years thing.
Yesterday there were some accusations thrown out at a friend of mine, Sykkuno. And they're pretty damning. I think I don't really have much to add to this that isn't super already out there.
Fair.
Overall, the only thing I really am going to say is that I really don't condone cheating. I fucking hate it. I really am. Everyone's talking about how they're disappointed with him. I feel like stacking that makes no fucking sense.
It's fair. I thought you was... Okay. I thought he was gay, Satch. Okay. The fucking chatters is just gonna make me laugh.
Concerned about essentially his girlfriend as well as Lily. I actually feel really bad for them as well as any of the girls who've come out and spoken up about it. Please not attack any of those people, and those are the people I'm thinking about the most right now.
Yeah, honestly, like, for anyone who knows about LilyPichu, she is very, very wholesome. Like, just a, I don't know, I guess a light shining in the darkness, okay? To make it sound as fucking cringe as possible, okay? We're doing a little cringe maxing, just a little fucking cringe. Very wholesome, very, very sweet. Didn't she have, like, a Tekken match with the Tekken developer on the stage of EVO? I know that she goes to, like, the fighting game tournaments. Listen, 2 claps for LilyPichu. I remember all the League of Legends streams with Destiny, okay? I do not want to remember them. I just know that they were a thing that happened. It was a whole meme, and it was mostly Lily carrying the fucking goddamn stream with, of course, Steven being a ostensible little wretch, as always, you know, as expected from fucking Destiny, yada yada yada. I do feel bad, honestly, for, well, both Sykkuno's girlfriend and LilyPichu, because LilyPichu is the one who brought in Sykkuno into all of this without any fucking knowledge of any of these, like, behavior. Like, she may feel some form of, I don't know, guilt for it or something. I have no idea.
But yeah, I'm super disappointed in what happened. I have not personally talked to Sykkuno in the last couple of days. I usually, whenever something big like this happens, I have a snap reaction, and I always tell myself 24 hours. How do you feel about it then? Usually try not to make a statement before then. If I do, really fucking short.
That's fair.
Later, shocked he has a fucking girlfriend. Fucking been around this guy for 7 years. Never knew that. That was crazy.
That is, okay, that's what it is. Yeah, shocked he has a girlfriend, been around him for 7 years. I probably should have read that better. So he's known him for 7 years, never knew about the fuck... Even Scarra. Scarra, I believe, again, Scarra is, like, his boss, basically, I think. Like, he's the owner of fucking OfflineTV. He didn't know about the fucking girlfriend. That's insanity, dude.
I usually don't have much to say about situations like these. I'll say a little bit more because I am a little bit closer to this situation than others. I know an okay amount of VTubers. I talk to a lot of them, and I am friends with a lot. So I reached out yesterday to some of them and asked about the situation. I've heard in the past that, like, hey, Sykkuno did some stuff and people don't like him in here and there, and I'm like, okay, whatever. Sure, that doesn't really matter.
Right, because there's nothing substantial to really point to that. Because again, that's how this is how it's supposed to inherently work.
Thought it was like he's not like, I don't know, maybe he didn't treat some people correctly or something. I never asked for details, and honestly, no one would tell me the details because I'm really close to him, and of course, no one's gonna fucking tell me anything, right?
True.
But it is just a disappointing situation. I think if you want to do anything about it, just yeah, I guess talk to. I'm most annoyed by like people sending Lily death threats and stuff like that.
Who the fuck is sending Lily? Okay, hold on. Who's doing that? Hello? Huh? Why? What did she? Why? What does she have to do with any of this? What, you think, like, I don't know, dude. Yeah, LilyPichu opened up her third eye, the Renee Sharingan, in order to be able to read people's minds. She used the mind read jutsu to know that Sykunno was inherently gonna be a fucking weirdo, fucking predatory, fucking dipshit. Like, okay, man. Like, what? That's fucking insanity, dude.
I'm not here to get a guy canceled or anything, but it is definitely like one of those situations where I feel really bad for the people involved.
No cancellations, folks.
You think I'll still be friends with him? I don't know. Realistically, I don't deserve, like, you guys don't deserve the answer to that. I will figure it out. But like, as of right now, I'm not very much interested in hanging out or interacting with him.
That's fair.
That's what it is.
That's fair.
You guys don't get you guys don't get that answer, if that makes sense. A little bit too parasocial of a question.
That's fair.
Yeah,
that is definitely fair.
I'm sure I'll find the time to talk to him at some point in the next week or so.
We'll see what happens, folks.
Yeah. That's it. That's all I got to say. Yesterday,
That's very, very fair. So that's Scarra's response. Like, okay, the fact that even fucking Scarra had no fucking idea about what was going on with Sykkuno. Knew him for 7 years. Didn't know about the fucking girlfriend for 5 years. That's fucking insanity to me. Here, DisguisedToast, another massive fucking streamer, part of OfflineTV, also reacting to all of this. Why don't we take a listen?
What happened? It's sad. It's sad. It's sad. It's disappointing. It's sad.
It's sad, folks.
And I think that's really all I'm comfortable talking about. If and when Sykkuno makes a statement, you guys can hear from him. From me. Sad about it. Yeah. That's it.
Simple, short, and sweet. Totally fucking fair. Alright, this is future DAHO speaking here, because there's been some developments in the whole story with Sykkuno. We have DisguisedToast here, right? Broadly speaking, having a take here, talking about Sykkuno and his friends that he ended up fucking deleting. Why don't we take a look at this? I get what Sykkuno did was fucked up and why people are dogging on him, sure. But watching his friends of years that acted close to him use him for their own gain when he was popular, run to throw him under the bus for a few quick likes, is why people say streamers are fake as fuck. Now, I saw this and I was a little fucking confused. I'm like, okay, what exactly is being said here? And then I think I saw a separate tweet about this where I think it was Rima Evenstar, right, who DramaTuber, I believe, is her sort of shtick, if I were to take a guess, where someone pointed out that it was Arya Saki who may have said something about the whole Sykkuno situation, which is maybe what DisguisedToast is talking about. I'm not sure about her relationship with Sykkuno. I'm going to operate under the assumption what they were part of like OfflineTV or something. Yada yada yada. And then we found exactly what I think DisguisedToast is potentially referring to here. Appreciation post, and it's a whale. I hope at Bao VTubers' pockets are always full. air forever fresh. Heart and belly is full. I still refer to her tweet, and it's given me strength to stand up and reevaluate for myself multiple times since. I'm trying... Okay, so based off of what DisguisedToast is saying that watching his friends of years that acted close to him used him for their own gain when he was popular, wanted to throw him under the bus for a few quick likes is why people say streamers are fake as fuck. Ariasaki... Because people were saying that DisguisedToast was based for this. I think it's very fucking stupid for several reasons. Ariasaki had a massive post specifically about the Mizkif allegations against Emiru. So in reality, her saying that she appreciates Bao's take on all of this, I think is entirely fucking consistent. Right? That would make sense. That she would be in line against male content creators who may potentially have exploitative relationships, predatory relationships, of course, with a bunch of smaller, young, up-and-coming fucking content creators. I think that makes a lot of sense, right? Talking about, like, Me Too sort of situations and staying in line with fucking allegations, right? I'm trying to think exactly here. Like, what's the fucking inconsistency in what Ariasaki is saying here? Unless I'm missing something in particular. I love how people are now coming out about him after this, but he was literally in your friend circle and everyone knew, but kept quiet. Did everyone know about this? Right? Like, we've seen the reactions specifically. Okay, because again, this is future DAHO speaking, of course. We've seen the fucking reactions from all the OfflineTV people, and they all said that they had no idea. But there's clips of them saying that Sykkuno was quite the fucking player, implying that they knew about his, like, general sort of activities of DMing a bunch of younger, like, smaller fucking content creators. Not younger. I mean, not all of them were younger. I'm not sure if they were all younger. I don't know why I'm saying that. Future DAHO is speaking at a point in time where he's very tired. Smaller. Just smaller. Not younger. Okay? I'm mostly thinking this because of Mal being younger herself. That's why I'm pigeonholing myself on that one. That's my bad. I'm sleepy. I'm sorry. The reason why they may be saying this in particular with a bunch of clips, right? With, like, the XQC of Vice clip, and there's, like, podcast clips of them saying that he was quite the fucking player, could be potentially in reference to him, like, rizzing up a bunch of girls in, like, clip compilations they put out, right? That he, or that were used, not that he himself specifically used, but that were used in order for him to gain more fucking prominence and sort of have the idea that he's this fucking absolute fucking Riz Lord. Shit like that, right? When that's not... I mean, are they specifically talking to that? Maybe they're just, like, complimenting him on the fucking clip compilations. Like, damn, I didn't know that you were such a player, that you were so full of Riz, and they were just, like, complimenting him on that. That's also a thing that, generally speaking, happens. So, I'm not exactly certain. I'm just... free-flowing idea, I'm just kind of putting that out there. At least that's what I think. Almost all of my interactions with him are public during live/gaming, awkward and short. Maybe instead of being parasocial and assuming like everyone is in everyone else's business, maybe we just keep quiet, especially when it's not our story to speak on. I mean, this is entirely fucking consistent with a bunch of other OfflineTV people as well. I mean, DisguisedToast's whole sort of clip on Sykunno was also relatively short, and he didn't really say much of anything, right? Yeah. I thought it was fine. It's like, okay, I mean, sure. Like, move on. I think that's pretty fucking reasonable. And honestly, like, him deleting this just, like, makes him look worse, right? Because obviously do I think he's, like, trying to appeal to all the, like, dumb fuck conservatives? I don't think so. I don't think that's fair to say. To be quite honest, maybe he said that in, like, a fit of anger or rage or something, did something that was ill-advised, got rid of it after maybe upon reflection or someone telling him, I don't think it's a good idea for you to really say this. And he's just like, yeah, you're probably right. I don't know. We can come up with so many different guesses, right? I think I'm acting in relative good faith here, right? There's so many fucking differing aspects. I'm not in these people's minds. I have no fucking idea, right? Not that it's really my business to also really know why in particular. So, I don't know. It's just a little fucking strange. I don't really know why exactly he decided to do that or decided to say this, I guess, about this. I don't think what Arya is saying here is exactly wrong. Like, again, just parasociality, just don't be that fucking parasocial. It's fucking weird. I mean, how do we know that all of these guys are inherently up in each other's, like, personal lives and business? I do fucking agree, honestly. The fact that it is a little weird that, like, say, Valkyrae and a bunch of these other girls who were living with Sykkuno had no idea about the fucking not the roommate, but the fucking girlfriend. I think there's, like, holes you can certainly poke in there. And I think I also say this myself. Again, this is future DAHO speaking. I do think there's some holes you can poke in there, saying, like, how the fuck did you not know? How? You lived with him. That's crazy. And I probably, like, said it off. I definitely have. I do recall mentioning it fucking offhandedly. So, again, I do think it is a little strange that they had no idea that Sykkuno had a girlfriend for the past 5 years. That is genuinely fucking insane. Also, like, to also clear up, make another correction, again, because brain barely worked during that time when I was doing the whole coverage. It was late, yada, 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 and the fucking coverage, blah, 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 blah. No, the girlfriend, he was not dating a fucking girlfriend for 7 years. It was always 5 years. I don't know why the fuck, I just misread the fucking message in terms of the fucking Scarra clip, blah, 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 blah. I just want to throw in that also quick correction right there, since I have the opportunity as such. And yeah, also, like, I don't know why fucking Pokimane is being brought up here as well. How it sounds to feel disappointed but no longer surprised. I mean, sure, man. I don't know. What is exactly the point of bringing up Poki here? I think there was also there was like the clips with Jason the Ween, who did a stream reenacting all of this. Valkyrae, or rather Jason did the viral photo of Sykkuno with Sykkuno, not Sykkuno, with Valkyrae also replying the same way to Sykkuno. It's a funny bit. People are trying to go after Valkyrae for that. I find that to be particularly strange. I don't know why people would do that, but sure, whatever. I mean, in the minds of, like, a lot of these, like, roving bands of schizophrenics, a lot of them are just going to try to inherently go after the woman that they broadly speaking see as, like, the girlfriend of fucking Hank Pecker, Kamasahabi, or whatever the fuck. Even though there's, like, I've not seen any evidence to suggest that they're together in a relationship. They're whatever. Not that that really matters. Who the fuck really cares? That it's very, very fucking silly. I'm gonna be quite honest. And yeah, I don't know. Are we just bringing up Pokimane here because of, like, clickbait or something? I mean, she's been, like, consistent on stuff like this before. I don't really understand, like, what is the point of bringing her up. I mean also, I guess this is what Toast is, like, or who Toast is, like, vaguely speaking about, even though, like, it's speculation. Who really fucking knows? Like, based off of her behavior with the Mizkif allegations, this should be, I think this is entirely consistent, right? Of her talking about people with Me Too sort of situations. I don't really fucking know. Very, very weird. I mean, even this, like, first comment that I'm seeing right here. Yeah, what are they supposed to do? Support the guy after what he's done? Like, yeah, like, why would they do that? That doesn't make any sense. Like, if they did, that'd be a huge reputational hit for them. Because what Sykkuno did was really bad. Really, really bad. And he admitted to it. A lot of the actions. Within a fucking Discord call. So I don't know. It's weird. The vague tweet is weird. And he decided to delete it anyways. I don't know. I find this particular situation to be very, very fucking strange. I believe this right here is Valkyrae's initial response. Of course, she had a very, very close relationship as well. Okay, of course, like, some fucking troglodyte over here is gonna bring up Hassan about this. Yeah, man, Hassan has no tangential relationship with this whatsoever. Whatever, stupid. This is her initial response to all of this, saying that it is fucking disappointing, right? I believe she eventually sort of, I guess, tempers that statement in particular, saying that I probably was not exactly, it was not correct for me to say disappointed, right? Because it gave a lot of ammo to angry people. I think that's totally fair, right? Again, it's like Scarra said himself, initial reaction to what Sykkuno did, then probably sat on it a little longer, talked to the guys, see what happens, blah 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 blah. Yeah, I also don't understand why people ship Valkyrae with Hassan. It is fucking weird. I definitely agree with that, Boy Meets Mini, but then again, parasociality, and its fucking consequences. Yeah, that's the biggest sort of like problem here. We're gonna get to XQC eventually, but that motherfucker is not safe. But okay. I'm actually okay with cheating because I myself am a cheeto. That motherfucker is definitely not safe. But Valkyrae, of course, get back on track. She herself also has a reaction to all of this, I guess in like so many words. Disappointed, cheater, he's gonna figure things out, blah blah blah. They talked. We'll see what happens. Wait, Valkyrae also did not know that he had a girlfriend. They lived together, I think, right? They hung out together all the fucking time. Bro, that's insane. What the fuck? I guess he eventually moved out of whatever OfflineTV house they were a part of, if I were to take a guess. And then he decided to live with his girlfriend in a separate house, blah, 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 type shit.
Elephant in the room. Obviously, yes, I did talk to Sykkuno, and obviously, yes, he did tell me everything. And obviously, yes, I should not have tweeted that I was disappointed yesterday, because it just gave a lot of ammo to a lot of angry people.
It's fair.
And so, but yeah, he knows that I was gonna mention it today, and he told me everything, and yeah, I am disappointed, as I have been with a lot of my friends in the past, and I'm sure I've also been disappointing to a lot of my friends as well, so.
You'd be like that?
It is disappointing. Yeah, he's a cheater. He's a cheater.
Forza CD. It's Forza CD, folks.
We talked, and he's gonna figure things out, and I hope for the best, and I am so sorry to all of those involved. It sucks. So yeah.
Fair.
No, I did not know. I did not know he had.
Again, I'm going to reiterate this point. Sykkuno and Valkyrae, I think they hung out together very often. They streamed together very, very often. They lived in the fucking same house together, and she had no idea. She had no idea about the fucking girlfriend. That's nuts, bro.
Girlfriend, I did not know, which led to my tweet, because I thought my tweet was going to make it clear that I didn't know. But
unlucky.
Apparently me tweeting that had a lot of caused a lot of distress. So yeah, a lot of angry people. A lot of angry people.
True, Zane.
You know, it's my karma, because last year it's because XQC reacted to my tweet, and he did a.
So yes, just to say real quick, XQC decided to look at Valkyrae's tweet. It's a clip. You know if you know. XQC, for whatever fucking goddamn reason, is specifically playing into the Hassan hater sort of like weird shipping dynamic between Hassan and Valkyrae for some reason. I don't even know if they're fucking together. There's been no I would love to see some fucking evidence from Hassan, shall we say, detractors, that Valkyrae and Hassan are together in some form of relationship. I have yet to see any evidence indicating that whatsoever. Like, Boy Meets Mini, you're the bigger fucking Hassan head of the fucking goddamn chat. Do you know? Yeah, like, oh, that is a good point. Like, who cares in reality? Because it's about fucking Collargate. Yeah, fucking stupid dumb fuck low IQ XQC, the schizo detective, a bad schizo detective. I'm the only good schizo detective, okay? Fuck out of here with that bullshit. When I schizo detect, I go full fucking schizo. XQC just goes like, I see the pixel, and then you just hear a bunch of unintelligible dreck, and everyone thinks like, I mean, he's definitely got the schizo down. The detective's work, it's a little bit of a different story. But whatever, yeah, what he must be saying is true, because he's a giant fucking streamer. Going after another streamer, blah, 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 right? Yeah, who really know? I mean, Hassan doesn't really disclose much of his personal life because, for good reason, he is the most prominent left-wing streamer on the fucking planet. And because of the fact that he is the most prominent left-wing streamer on the fucking planet, he has a lot of very, very obvious fucking enemies. Should really go without saying that XQC bring up fucking Collargate and all of that, saying like, you care so much about Sykkuno, but the Collargate stuff you don't care about. And it's just like, why you bring up Collargate? Who the fuck cares? And as Valkyrae herself is saying, it's a whataboutism. Why does that matter to any of this? It's stupid.
Whataboutism, which is funny because last year when I talked about it, I did a whataboutism, which I've already talked about and I already apologize for, and I already understand that it was really stupid of me how I worded it. And this is just my karma coming back again. It's just coming back, so.
Sorry, unfortunately, Valkyrae, you were dealing with schizophrenics on the internet. So, yeah, schizophrenics on the internet.
Yeah, it's, yeah. I already talked about all that. Everything that everyone's telling me to talk about, I already talked about. And I already own up to it, you know? I own up to my shit. I'm not perfect. I make mistakes.
Like Kai Ayatollah, bro.
Cheated, so what? Who cares? No, okay. Cheating is bad, guys.
Whoa. Who the fuck said he cheated, so what? Who cares? Hello? Dude, there's a reason why cheaters are bad. Really, really bad. There's a big reason why they're fucking bad. And they are bad for one reason and one reason only, because it is an inherent break of trust. If you are in a monogamous relationship and you are under the assumption that both of you are together, one-on-one, no other people involved whatsoever, and you decide to go out and have sex with another girl or whatever, go on a bunch of dates with another girl or the whatever, and start cheating on your significant other, that is fundamental break of trust. That is the fucking problem.
I don't know who needs to hear this, but cheating is not a good thing. It's a selfish act. It hurts people.
True.
It's a bad thing. And I think it's a normal thing to be disappointed. Streamers, YouTubers, TikTokers, literally everyone collaborates with everyone, and I don't think people realize that people aren't as close as they seem.
This is true. Again, a lot of this is inherent. It's business. Listen, transactional. A lot of this is always going to be inherently fucking transactional, right? It's a business at the end of the day.
Doesn't necessarily mean that we know everyone's whole life story and what they're doing and what's going on and stuff. And at the end of the day, I will go to Ludwig's funeral because of Cutie. I think that before you cheat, break up, end the relationship. Are you defending him? No.
That's not. Wait, who the fuck is saying that's a defense of him? Hello? That's not a defense of him. What? Also, why is this clipped like this? What the fuck is this? Clippers, what is this? What's going on here? Yeah, like, that's not really a defense of him whatsoever. She said what he did is explicitly bad, and she's like, yeah, this is bad. I had no idea about a lot of this stuff here. He kept it under fucking wraps inherently, so it's just like, yeah, that's it's bad, guys.
It's very bad, like I mentioned many times now. I think that he really needs to talk to the people that were involved.
That's true. I mean, so I guess that is the Valkyrae and all of this. And we also have LilyPichu, I guess, in an Instagram story. I think Pokimane also sent an Instagram story, a vague posting about it, not 100% relevant. We're mostly just going to go into the people who are closest to Sykunno. I feel like I don't really know who people truly are, and it's a lot to unpack. I try to believe in people, but I've ended up being disappointed so many times. I'm becoming more closed off. Oh, that's so fucking sad, dude. No, she's losing faith in humanity. No, it's the worst case scenario. No, feels bad, man. I'm taking a few days off. See you guys later. Stay safe, stay comfy. Damn, that's fucked up, bro. Yeah, 1000%, Boy Meets Mini. Yeah, this is why people stay single, which is not good. I don't think that's a fucking good thing. Why do you think people become more socialized, like antisocial fucking shut-ins? Yeah, because of shit like this, man. It's bad. He just cheated. He didn't give a fuck about it. Blah, 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 blah. It's fucking bad, man. So we've just seen the people who are the most closely associated with Sykkuno, their responses to all of this. It wouldn't be a Google Docky sort of video talking about, well, specifically myself talking about something like this, unless we started to attacking some people. It is me. I'm an eternal little shit talker. I will talk shit, and you can't fucking do anything about it. No one will ever do anything about it. But a general sort of summary of the reaction from this VTuber, Queen Cat, very uwu. The general incel response to the Sykkuno shit is genuinely insane to me. LOL. Because if a big female creator was caught doing these same things, she would be instantly doxxed, airstriked, and then women would lose the right to vote globally. Instead, it's, nah, bro. Bro just has game. A very, very, shall we say, clean summary of the general fucking response that the conservatives are having on this in particular. Just immediately alone, fucking a dumbass whataboutism talking about Bonnie. By the way, I'm going to tell you right now, all these people bringing up Bonnie, not saying what Bonnie did was particularly good. I'm not 100% certain on the details, but from what I understand, Bonnie was there was a clip that resurfaced of Bonnie who was roommates with Cinna when she was 18 years old. She got into some form of a sexual relationship, hooked up with a fucking minor of around 16 years old. Now, is that good? No, I don't think that's good in particular. But there is a difference between 18 to 16 and 34 to 19. Now, technically speaking, right, it's like Romeo and Juliet laws, shit like that, right? Like, if we're talking about like 18 to fucking 16-year-olds, definitely weird, sussy. That's not particularly great. Yada yada yada. I'm not 100% privy to all the details of all this. Apparently, Cinna also defended Bonnie in this particular case. The problem that I have specifically here is that this is and as I myself have also said, people in the reply section sure do seem to love doing apples to oranges comparisons. Yes, because what Bonnie did totally is comparable to what Sykkuno did. It is silly. Nonsense. This is an inaccurate fucking comparison. But we're going to be constantly seeing a lot of these comparisons from these fucking schizophrenic dipshits, these morons, these fucking troglodytes. It is not an accurate comparison to bring up Bonnie in any of this whatsoever. Stupid. And if anything, you are playing instantly into Queen Cat's point. I'm not saying Queen. Fuck you. I'm not being uwu. Go fuck yourself. Cream Cat's fucking point here. She's correct. Like, you can cope and fucking seethe about it. But here is the person specifically that I'm going to be going into right now. His name is Mizutamari. A VTuber, of course, with an interesting banner. Now, for those who may not know, this is in reference to that, I would say, failed British PSA in terms of how to make people not a far-righter, known as Amelia. Amelia, I keep saying to myself, I want to get into the sort of whole Amelia phenomenon at some point in time because, again, political implications, blah, 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 blah. Amelia was essentially a PSA to a lot of, well, young men to essentially, hey, here's a way to not be far right whatsoever. It was a complete failure. Complete, utter fucking failure. It did not work whatsoever. And listen, you can't stop me. I'm going to make fun of the fucking model. Listen, buddy, Mizutamari, all right? You're leaving a lot on the fucking table when you're presenting yourself as a fucking weirdo lolly and you're a fucking man. I'm just fucking saying. Lots is being left on the fucking table here. Those are my more, like, dishonest attacks out of the way, okay? Don't give a shit, right? I'm just doing a little bit of indulgence for myself. He had some interesting things to say, specifically about the whole, Sykkuno. I think it wasn't necessarily completely anti-far right, but it also pushed anti-terror BS. That is a good point there, AJ. I 1000% agree with you there. Yeah, it's supposed to be, anti-far right, but also anti-terrorist sort of, nonsense that the state was trying to put out. It was obviously not really well done. Yes, that is true. If you say support groups like it's a Stop Palestine Action. You're gonna get thrown into jail. There's clips of police officers in London, unironically fucking taking a bunch of old people to fucking jail, or not taking them to jail, arresting them rather, for what exactly? Oh, participating in a fucking protest. Very fucking dumb. So this is the immediate, because this guy has run through all the fucking arguments. The immediate sort of position here is talking about, quote-unquote, the timing of the release. Kind of side-eyeing this whole thing pretty hard right now. You dropped a 1-hour video 59 minutes after it was public. So that, of course, being the Google document, of course. Mizutamari, I don't know if you're really bad at math or something, but this says 9 a.m. and this is 10:59. Okay. Can you do math, little bro? Are you bad at math? I'm just gonna say that right there. VTuber can't do math. Who would have fucking thought? Mujin, of course, himself, talking about all of the, I would say, rather idiotic attacks that he's getting, because he's gotten fucking a bunch of idiotic attacks, and a lot of this is stemming from his rather sort of you can make the argument kind of wishy-washy sort of position on Tectone, and I can see kind of how there can be some arguments there. So, okay, because now we have to bring up fucking Tectone and all this. So Tectone, obviously, protective order on him, cheated on his fucking wife, sexually abused his ex and his spouse, yada yada yada. We don't need to relitigate all the fucking Tectone stuff. I have done that plenty already, so we don't need to do that right now. Mujin had a kind of a bit of a strange tweet where he said that he knew about everything that happened in 2024 while everything was playing out. And the reason why he didn't release any information on that was because of the court proceedings, right? Now, I can kind of understand where he's coming from with that. It's a little, optically speaking, yeah, it looks kind of bad, rhetorically speaking. In a technical, legal sort of sense, he's trying to take responsibility to not give Tectone any sort of, ability to be able to argue with that in court, because he has been in contact with the affected parties for a long time. They more than likely confided with him and generally gave him some details. So a lot of people are using that to say that Mujin is a hack journalist. I don't think Mujin has ever said that he's a hack journalist at any point in time. He's a commentary YouTube channel. I don't think Mujin has, to my fucking knowledge, gone to journalism school. So, okay, strange, silly, nonsense, stupid. But his point here, talk about what, to all the victims worried about any sort of backlash, don't be. They're all the same accounts, and this platform makes it seem like they have a voice consistently pushing negative replies first. Fantastic point here. Elon has essentially made this platform, basically fucking unusable, right? You want to have any sort of principled talks on this fucking shithole of a platform? Yeah, it's not fucking happening. Period. End of story, right? Not happening. Why? Because of a lot of the subscription models making it such that dudes with fucking check marks, their replies are going to be put up first. It's mostly stupid shitheads who support Elon, who buy the fucking check marks, and their stupid shit gets fucking pushed up at the top. Duh, obviously. It's all noise. I encourage you all to speak about your experiences. They matter. Generally speaking, that's the standard for most Me Too sort of situations, which this in particular certainly fits the mold of. People talking about their experiences, people talking about their sort of positions, how they've sort of talked about or their experiences, generally speaking, with Sykkuno, rather. But obviously, Mizutamari here, because hack dipshit also, is not really interested in any of that, because, again, Chud, dipshit fucking 3 IQ VTuber, very, very low IQ, is going to just attack Mujin for being a hack journalist, right? Also, this fucking dipshit saying, I see this was in the works for a long time and coordinated. Here's Mal saying, literally a week ago, found out about it, and Mujin is a close friend of mine. So they've been talking about this for a week. Again, like, because here's the thing. If the document itself is not well prepared, not fucking well argued out or put together with all the appropriate screenshots and whatnot, what is going to happen, right? Because it's a lose-lose situation these people are trying to set up here. If it's not well put together, if it's not well sourced, if it's not well fucking evidenced, it makes it like people are just going to make fun of it, poke holes in it, and just be like, this is complete gobbledygook fucking bullshit. I'm just going to inherently disregard it. But if it is well put together, they're just going to try to poke holes in it, where mostly through like rather fallacious, ridiculous arguments, bringing up like stuff like, oh, you're the one who initially started the conversation, when that's just fucking stupid. That can be easily fucking explained away. Again, she has said herself that Sykkuno, idol of Mal's, for example, she got talked into taking a fucking shot. She decided to take a shot. Sykkuno's the one who immediately started to receive that, and then they started having a conversation based off of that. Stupid, nonsensical, yada yada yada, right? Also, fucking Mal had no idea that Sykkuno had a fucking girlfriend during this whole time and was trying to cheat on her. So again, irrelevant, fucking stupid, and idiotic from these complete fucking troglodytes. I wouldn't expect anything less from these conservative dip fucks. And I honestly see the whole sort of, because again, this is like pretty standard journalistic fucking practice. Calling Mujin a fucking hack because he coordinated a video release with this Google document is fucking stupid. Again, this is how you're supposed to do all this stuff. Present all of your evidence in as many mediums as possible. Mal is, of course, nowhere near as big as fucking Mujin. Mujin is a 740,000 subscriber fucking YouTuber. Oof, look at how many fucking views this video has gotten. Just that day alone, or over the past 2 days, 1.6 million views. Mal is definitely not going to have the exact same fucking reach. It is understandable that she would want to reach out to Mujin, who she is, as she says herself, a close friend of hers, in order to use his platform. Because, by the way, this is straight up fucking Mujin's alley. Talking about fucking drama, commentary, and all this fucking stuff. It makes perfect sense that Mal would specifically go to Mujin in order to help amplify the Google document. Let the Google document be put out first. Let it sit there, marinate, see what fucking happens, and then put out the fucking YouTube video to have it act as an accelerant in order to get it to more eyes and fucking ears through a, well, prominent, commentary, like drama commentary, VTuber commentary, drama YouTuber. Sorry, I've been at this for a very long time. My brain is starting to... I apologize for that, obviously. So, calling him a hack journalist for that is fucking stupid. Just like this fucking dipshit. AI Mr. Medicare. You don't want to be Mr. Medicare. Sorry to say. Goddamn, you're a fucking retard. Nobody buys this BS narrative. The timing of your vid is sus. Your explanation sucks. Just shut the fuck up. We're going to get to this in particular with XQC once we get to the fucking XQC bit. But yeah, XQC also decided to respond to this. We'll get to XQC, but I'm not done with Mizutamari quite yet. So again, going after Mujin's sort of credentials as a journalist, even though I don't think he's ever said he's a fucking journalist, doesn't make any fucking sense to me. It's very perplexing. It's very strange to me. Why would you do that? I don't understand, but whatever. We're dealing with fucking troglodytes here. Mizutamari, talking about what? I would agree if a mid-30s guy was exclusively targeting 19-year-olds, it's kind of sus. Okay, first off, the allegations are not about specifically only 19-year-olds. He's talking about, or Mal herself said it's a bunch of younger, smaller fucking content creators. And again, Sykkuno is a 34-year-old with a fucking girlfriend in a house. Why the fuck is he talking with all these people? You should be asking yourself that fucking question. Again, these people, I'm going to bring up the fucking analogy that I had before. These people would have problems with fucking Leonardo DiCaprio, who's a 60-year-old man, or 50 to 60-year-old. I don't know how old Leonardo DiCaprio is, whatever. They'd have a problem with Leo talking with a bunch of 25-year-old girls, but all of a sudden, it's now a big fuss and a muss and a bus if we're talking about fucking Sykkuno having a bunch of fucking chicks, like a roster of chicks that he would constantly fucking DM with. Oh, really? He's 51? Oh, I didn't know that. Thank you, Boyd. But all of a sudden, it's no longer a fucking problem. Now, here's the thing with, like, Leo. 51 to 25... Is that as bad? Technically speaking, no. But that's still fucking weird. You're 51, bro. Why are you hanging out with a bunch of mid-20s? Like, it would be really bad if it was, like, obviously, like, 19-year-olds. It's like, okay, that's just bad. Like, what the fuck? But 25-year-olds, that's still fucking weird. But whatever. I digress. Because if it was, like, for example, like a 30-year-old, then that's, like, fine. That's, like, I don't think that's really that big of a problem. Because you're assumed to have been more established throughout life. Blah, 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 blah. You know what I mean. Shut up. Whatever. What you also are seemingly forgetting about here, Mizutamari, because you don't give a shit about this, is power dynamics, right? Now, a lot of, like, dipshits, like yourself, would constantly say that, why are you bringing up power dynamics? What are you, a fucking gay fucking libtard? That's kind of woke. He's got millions of followers across multiple platforms. He's a multi-millionaire. He's got a house. He's well established in life. And Mal herself, 20-year-old girl, is an up-and-coming fucking VTuber. The problem there should be extremely fucking obvious, man. And as the document itself even said, Mizutamari, which you read on fucking stream. I know you read it on stream. I've seen clips. So don't give me any of this bullshit, you fuckwit. I know you fucking read this on your goddamn fucking stream. You know that she had a parasocial relationship already with fucking Mal. So you fucking bringing up the age gap shit and trying to, like, throw a bunch of down the wind and problems with that is fucking inherently suspicious. Again, we all know about the part with the approaching, right? This is irrelevant to the fucking argument. In the document itself, she said a friend of hers fucking convinced her to fucking go forward with trying to fucking DM him. If you got fucking, I don't know, like, if someone you're parasocial with decides to follow you for whatever fucking reason, they're a massive content creator, you first would be like, okay, what the fuck are you following me? That's a little suspicious. That's weird. Okay, cool. I'm not gonna really complain, but sure. And people thinking like, well, what if they want to hang out or chat? You're gonna ask yourself these questions, right? It's like you're gonna ask yourself a bunch of questions, right? Like either why. You're not gonna move on from that. It's gonna stick in your brain, obviously, and you're going to want to probably follow up on that, ask some questions, be like, why are you doing this? I've done the fucking same thing with a bunch of people before. I'd be like, what the fuck are you following me? Hello? I'm just a fucking jabroni. I'm a little idiot. I'm a dipshit. I'm a shit talker. I talk massive amounts of fucking shit. That's all I do. I'm nothing special. Why me? And people are inherently curious fucking creatures. They'll want some fucking questions to be fucking answered about this, but whatever. So this attempt to paint him as a predator targeting young girls is nonsense, and you know it. Again, this is the whole point of what Mizutamari is actually trying to get at. Sykkuno is inherently being predatory to a bunch of fucking younger girls because that is who he is hyper-specifically, well, not targeting per se, but he's targeting a bunch of people that he has power over. That is the predatory part. People that he can easily fucking exploit. That's the predatory part. It's not about, again, because he's doing the fucking conflationary bit between pedophilia and predatory. No. That's fucking stupid. Even Mal herself said, I'm not accusing Sykkuno of being a pedophile. That's not the fucking argument. I am accusing him of being predatory, of going after younger content creators, right? Who are smaller than him, significantly smaller than him, in order to try to get sexual favors from them. That is inherently exploitative. There's a difference. But Mizutamari doesn't give a fuck about any of that stuff. But here, I guess we're having our schizo sort of crash out here by Mizutamari. I'm not backing down on this one. I did it last time. A bunch of e-thoughts came out and canceled the do for ERP they initiated. I'm not really certain exactly what this is in reference to. I guess I'm not terminally online for that, I suppose, but whatever. Irrelevant. Girls date crappy guys that are unfaithful. Knowing that they're crappy guys that are unfaithful. This is an explicit lie here by Mizutamari. She didn't know that. You read the document, you motherfucker. On your stream. You read it. And now you're going to say that Mal knew that Sykkuno was a crappy guy who was unfaithful? Really? This is the argument we're going with. Very, very fucking cool. Then came out years later acting like victims when they're unfaithful. Now, I'm not sure if he's talking about someone else here in particular. I'm not 100% accurate, or certain, rather, if he's talking about someone else in particular. But if we're talking about Mal and Elfilea, they had no idea that he was being unfaithful throughout all of the time they spent interacting with him. What the fuck are you talking about? You are lying, Mizu. What's worse is every time a guy is outed as a sex pest, it's the same girls that were talking to him. There's no way you're all dick hopping from the exact same guy to the exact same guy every single time over the course of years with no overlap in your own relationships. What, do you think that these girls inherently all know based off of, they're having sex with Sykkuno or whatever the fuck, and all of a sudden, like, their pussies are able to sense the latent pussy juices on his fucking cock all of a sudden, and they get like a tingle, an inkling to their brain saying like, oh, there was another girl on this fucking dick. You must be fucking a cheater. What is this? What's going on here? That's stupid. Nonsensical. What the fuck are you talking about here? Nonsense here by Mizutamari. But then again, stupid chud dipshit. Of course this motherfucker doesn't give a fuck about any of this stuff. Idiot. You're all cheaters, you're all sex pests, and you all collude in backrooms to ruin people because you can't take accountability of your own actions. Oh, boo fucking who? And fucking Sykkuno, who's significantly more experienced in this sort of arena, has been here for much longer, has been prominent in this space for that long, can't take like any accountability for his own actions. We saw the call, Mizutamari. He was still not able to reflect or take any or willing to take any fucking actions whatsoever about that until Mal forced him to do as such. The onus is on Sykkuno here because he's the one who did everything wrong. Mal had no fucking idea. Elfilea also had no fucking idea. The girlfriend had no idea as well. Nonsense. You're just doing this for one reason and one reason only, Mizutamari. You are okay with defending predators because you're probably a wannabe predator yourself. The fact dude sleeps with 10 OnlyFans girls who hit on him first is a massive story because he's a cheater, but 10 OnlyFans girls lie about consensual relationship, label creator a predator, and one lies about her age to try to get him in trouble is just not newsworthy. What are you talking about here? Did Mal ever lie, unless this is someone else in particular, and we're just vague tweeting here, like, did Mal fucking lie about her age? Her age is in her fucking profile, dumbass. You can fucking read that. Now, Mizu, pay attention to me, okay? This is really important. These are called eyeball. Oh, hold on. Let me get the attention again. Jingle, please. Jingle, 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 jingle. These are called eyeballs. You can use them to read the light signals that come from Mal's profile here, right? There's this funny little number. Let me move my dumbass out of the way real quick. There's a funny little number here. It's called 20. Okay. Let me get the keys again. Okay, we're losing the attention here. Jingle, jingle, jingle. That's the number 20. which means that's her age. Whoa, shocker. Again, we all know why Mizutamari specifically is doing this in particular. It's because, again, he thinks that the fucking man in the instance, the person that is in power, who has the power in this fucking relationship, can obviously do no fault whatsoever. Stupid. And given the fucking patterns of behavior and what we've gone over, it is obvious that this is a replicable pattern of behavior that Sykkuno was doing, which was inherently fucking predatory. So it is accurate to call him a fucking predator, based off of all of the facts that we know. Like, no, bro, I'm not letting this crap go anymore. If you guys can't be critical of both sides, I'm an enlightened centrist, you have to criticize both the guy and the girl. Stupid. When they screw up, you seriously need to step away from these discussions. Oh, please. You're the one who's trying to do enlightened fucking centrism on something that I think is a pretty open and shut case. Sykkuno admitted to what he fucking did, you motherfucker. But okay, sure, man. Let's blame Elfilea and Mal for not coming out with a well put together fucking Google document using Mujin as an accelerant to sort of further talk about the accusations, because again, going after someone as large as Sykkuno, you got to make sure that that shit's going to be relatively bulletproof, right? And you're just trying to poke a bunch of pathetic holes in there because, again, you care about defending Sykkuno instead because you're a drama vulture. That is what you exist on the platform to do. You're generally not mature enough to handle this. Funny coming from this guy. And for people who are picking one side for the sake of content, you're immoral, you have no real values. Oh, what? You're not picking a side because you said, actually it was bad that Sykkuno fucking cheated, and you're not picking a fucking side throughout all the fucking shit that we looked to? Yeah, Mizutamari, the most moral of fucking VTubers. Like, yeah, you're not picking a side here, right? You're not picking a side here, right? You're not fucking picking a side here, right? You're not picking a side here, right, Mizutamari? The most moral fucking VTuber. Very, very cool, dude. You have no real values, and if I was your friend, I'd be running for the hills, because you can't be trusted. Well, you also can't be fucking trusted because you suckle on the teat of power. This is going to come back to bite a lot of you guys in the ass, because you're openly establishing that if your internet numbers are bigger than someone else's, you cannot reply to them because it's inherently abusive and manipulative. You guys are insane. No one ever said that fucking argument, dude. Sykkuno, and we saw through the fucking DMs, you dumbass, that Sykkuno was talking to Mal, wanting to fucking move in. He hooked up with Elfilea in fucking Paris, all while he had a fucking girlfriend, you stupid motherfucker. They talked about moving in together. He sent them a bunch of fucking money. He wanted to fly them out to places. Nonsense. I didn't give this much thought till I saw the date. And this, I believe, is someone else who decided to come out with their experiences with Sykkuno. I didn't give this much thought till I saw the date. This girl who's doing the latest pity party about Sykkuno just now brought up her part of the call out to him in November of 2025, but it happened literal years ago. Wait. What? Mizutamari, do you know how time works? What? November of 2025 is not that long ago, buddy. That's 5 months ago. But that's years ago. Okay. But it happened literally, literal years ago, according to her own SS. Don't know what that means. And they never talked about it. There's a world where she randomly remembered this and asked at the same exact time conversations. So I think I might be missing a little context here in particular, right? Again, like, I don't know if Mizutamari understands this, but a lot of people are not going to be immediately able to fucking recognize if they're being abused instantaneously, right? That's not how that works. Again, we know that Sykkuno is a manipulator, right? And will use particular sort of words and language in order to manipulate people into a certain position. Like, that's how it works, Mizutamari, but you seem to be okay with that. Happening around this, but it's far more likely the planning behind this hit piece is larger than people know. Oh, we're going to make a conspiracy theory about this now, Mizutamari. That's the next fucking step, eh? Very cool. The first person behind the scenes to come out and admit it with proof will be the only one that comes out on top in this mess. My DMs are open if you want to do the right thing and anonymously drop the lore. Yeah, dude. The most moral fucking VTuber here, Mizutamari, who's already taken a side in all of this, is going to get the fucking proof that he so desperately fucking desires. Okay, dude. Nice fucking meme. And I guess to just get into this, our final little bit here on specifically Mizu fucking Tamari. Powdur, who is a grifter, period, end of story, is just a racist, chud-ass, dipshit VTuber because she is unable to maintain any relevant numbers, became a dipshit fucking chud for one purpose and one purpose only, because she needed to pump up those fucking viewership numbers. Grifter through and through. Nothing really else to say about this. Can you criticize him for cheating? Absolutely, but never once did I feel manipulated by this dude. He's a huge flirt, so I believe this is in reference to a Sykkuno also getting in Powdur's fucking DMs. Also, this was in 2023, where you probably were not as big of a fucking grifter, but whatever. Never once did I feel manipulated by this dude. He's a huge flirt, but I was incredibly aware of the power dynamic. Oh, really? Oh, I'm so certain. You're gonna, like, shit on fucking Mujin for criticizing that and saying that other women were not able to fucking recognize the power dynamic just because, oh, you're so fucking hyper aware of the power dynamic in at play, in particular Powdur, so you're just going to use that to fucking beat down on a bunch of other people who may not have been able to fucking recognize that. You're a fucking wretch. Also, he was just friendly. He's quite forward with his riz, which I didn't like being around, gave me player vibes. It's fair. Am I going to flip out on him? No, usually when someone is like that, they're already talking to multiple people. Good for you that you were able to recognize this. Not everyone else is able to, right? That's how that works. I see some women trying to play victim as if they didn't have a brain in the situation. Now, the only reason why Powdur is saying this specifically is because she has an audience to appeal to. Grifter through and through. She knows that her dumbass chud audience that she has now cultivated for herself do not like Me Too fucking people or Me Too accusations and are inherently going to be against any form of Me Too accusation or allegation, of course. For what exactly? Because she's trying to play to a particular audience. Also saw people throwing around the word predator around. I think that's unreasonable. Of course you would say that. It's extremely reasonable. Sykunno was using his fame, wealth, power in the situation. Like, that you... Okay, by the way, you unironically defeat your own argument based off of what you said here above. But whatever, you're a fucking idiot. This is inherently predatory behavior. He was using his power, which you recognize that there was a dynamic. So, again, I'm going to use your own fucking statement against you here, Powdur. You recognize that, right? Saw that he was probably a player. You didn't want to fuck with it. Okay, good for you. You recognize this. Most other people are not going to be able to fucking recognize that. That's just how it is sometimes. Parasociality is a powerful tool. It's incredibly powerful. And you're trying to use that to appeal to a fucking chud audience, right? It works multiple different ways, Powdur, right? He used his wealth, prominence, power, social clout, yada, 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 in order to explicitly get fucking sexual favors. That is, again, exploitation through and fucking through. But then again, Powdur is only saying this for one reason and one reason only. Because of the fact that she has an audience to appeal to. Mujin never really was a reliable narrator. Oh, because, again, he decided to talk about some fucking... He didn't even fucking do that much narration, to be honest. He just talked about the fucking allegations. The only purpose of the Mujin video is to, again, add an accelerant to the fucking allegations. That is it. If a larger creator who is friendly asks to play a game with you, would you say no? Depends on the context, depends on the situation. Here's Mujin, of course, getting into this. Can you criticize him for cheating? Absolutely. But I had no viewers whatsoever and became desperate after trying everything to be relevant. Ooh, hello. Directly calling out Powdur's fucking grift. So I chose to appeal to people who hate my gender in order to pay rent. Am I going to flip on a serial cheater who had sex with women without telling them that they'd be homewreckers? Of course not. Morals are an obstacle to my income. That's pretty much a one-to-one call out right there of Powdur's whole entire grift. That is exactly what she's intending to do with this fucking post right here. Again, it's all about signaling to her audience. That's all Powdur fucking cares about. Mujin was never really a reliable narrator, so when his video eventually comes out about me being cancelled by my audience for secretly having dated a black... Oh. Ooh. Ooh. Juicy. Well, because we all know exactly who the people Powdur appeals to are... Her dating a fucking black guy? That's a no-go for them. Very interesting. Ooh, I am looking forward to this. I am definitely going to take a look at this when it drops. Even though I keep saying that I can't stand minorities, please don't trust him. Also, English is my first language, and I have no idea that predator can mean a person or organization that uses weaker people for their own advantage. Yeah, so fucking stupid. But it's okay, my audience gobbles up anything I say anyways. Dumbass simps. Lamau. I think this is pretty much on a fucking T. A perfect call out of exactly what fucking Powdur is doing here. Because again, she's just a grifter. She's directly appealing to, again, chuds because she knows it's fucking easy to do as such. That's literally it. Of course, Mizutamari has to jump in on all of this because Vulture. That's really about it. This is amazing. Mujin openly admitted to coordinating a hit piece with a crazy PPT girl who still wants to sleep with the predator instead of him. Mizutamari, I know that you're not very fucking intelligent. What the fuck are you talking about? What in this interaction that we could play again? Sure, fuck it, why not?
That's it. Like,
What's it?
probably never talking again.
You and me?
Yes.
What? Why?
Is that not why?
What is why? I'm still upset with you, but you didn't cheat on me. You can still talk to me and be, like, make up for your actions. Don't get me wrong, because I always am there for second chances. But I never will forgive you for cheating on her. That's...
This is extremely fucking... Like, she is being very fucking reasonable with him right now. Because she knows that she was basically a side hoe that's trying to be fucking sexually exploited. So she's gonna be pissed about this. Like, no fucking shit. Right? I think that's, like, pretty obvious, Mizutamari. In what indication about this means that they're going to get back together so she can sleep with Sykkuno. That is insane. That's a massive fucking read that you're making because of all the fucking schizophrenics trying to poke holes in this argument. Pathetic holes, by the way. There's just, again, no indication whatsoever that she wants to get back together with the fucking predator. Stupid. Instead of him, and now that his meager reputation is crumbling around him, he's just lashing out at anyone he can get to desperately try and get a W. Mizutamari, who's so much fucking holier than thou, being the most moral of fucking drama VTubers, inherently taking the side of Sykunno because of apparently Mal has BPD or some shit. Okay, I don't see what relevance that has to the position that she has, or a position that she basically is holding for whatever fucking reason. Like, I don't understand. Yeah, I guess that's a good point there, saying, yeah, I guess his Giga Brain can detect this stuff. I just don't get it. Yeah, I don't know. I guess he has, like, some crazy, like, I don't know, ocular perception or something. He's able to, like, read people's minds or something. Like, okay, dude. The fact that Mal is basically saying, like, listen, You can still, like, we can have rapport. You can, I don't know, like, make it up to me or whatever. That doesn't inherently mean that she's gonna sleep with him, you fucking idiot. You have no idea what the fuck that means. Maybe they can just be on a friendly basis. That's fine. Who really gives a shit? You're the one who's trying to, again, say this is about fucking sleeping with him. Stupid. What's the saying? No pussy? Nah, I've seen what pussy does to a man, and I don't want none of that. Oh, I guess you're fucking gay. Oh, Mizutamari is gay, guys! Congratulations on the coming out, Mizutamari, that you're now gay. Congratulations. You can keep up this bullshit excuse, by the way, that predator means other things, but by the definition you invented for it, you're preying on the victims yourself. In what way? Mal reached out to Mujin! What? Jesus fucking Christ. Nice fucking pretzel logic you have here, bro. You should probably course correct on that soon. Oh, I'm not expecting any, like, Okay. The audacity of this motherfucker saying that Mujin has to fucking course correct for, again, his friend coming to him to try to use his prominence and his fucking platform in order to have it act as a propellant, as an accelerant, specifically of a significantly smaller VTuber, smaller fucking content creator in Mal, to use his platform as a propellant in order to help gain more eyeballs and more prominence and more people to look at what she's essentially alleging of fucking Sykkuno. Because again, this is a situation where, buddy, if you go for the fucking king, you better make sure you don't fucking miss. And Mal was doing everything possible to make sure she doesn't fucking miss. But you're operating off of a conclusion and trying to work backwards to justify said conclusion, Mizutamari. It's fucking stupid. Nonsensical. Oh, 1000% there, Zane. But we've seen how this guy generally operates, okay? And we've seen the fucking banner. And we've seen the fucking model. And we know this guy is a man. We can make a lot of assumptions. Lots of fucking assumptions. I didn't even notice that these were fucking water balloons to try to push up the fucking goddamn fucking boobs. Nice fucking meme, dude. XQC, 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 XQC. Dude. He got mentioned earlier, of course. The whataboutism with Collargate is stupid, nonsensical, has no relevance whatsoever. That XQC is bringing that up with, well, with Valkyrae, right? It's a whataboutism. It's irrelevant to the argument. Who really gives a shit about what Valkyrae was saying? Him bringing up that shit, irrelevant. Who cares? XUC decided to leave a comment on this, saying, if he can only date people that are as or more famous than he is, then who could he have dated during his peak era? There were 0 creators that qualify for that. Please clarify. Brother, this is, I'm going to be on it, like, unironically, this is probably the dumbest fucking question you can fucking, that's not the point of the video, you fucking troglodyte. You moron. You dipshit. Like, what the fuck are you talking about? That's not the point. Like, hello? Are you fucking stupid? That's a rhetorical question. Yeah, you fucking are. You're a fucking dumbass. If that's the question that you're asking about this. This isn't about, like, fucking Sykkuno's, like, peak era, who he could have fucking dated. He already had a fucking girlfriend at this point. Dumbass! His girlfriend, he could have simply dated his girlfriend that he lived with and not lied to her for over 5 years while playing dating simulator with every female content creator in existence. But sure, man, let's farm clips instead, calling cheating base. Real fucking classy. Wait, what's this? XEC finds old clips of him giving Sykkuno dating advice. Why don't we take a look?
Got any, like, advice?
Yo!
Say, you know, me and Toast, we're
It's kind of like
Why are you going? Okay, first off, don't go to dating advice for this fucking dumbass. You can barely string together a coherent sentence.
left. You know, you wanna go to the table and put your chips on multiple positions, and hopefully one of them pays off. Hopefully the better one. But sometimes you gotta do what you gotta do. You know what I'm saying?
So what?
Why are we using a fucking gambling analogy here? Yeah, it doesn't really surprise me whatsoever. This was peak gambling time during fucking Twitch, and bro loved fucking gambling all the time. I mean, he is an addict. I believe that XQC, unironically, decided to drop millions upon millions of dollars on fucking gambling, which of course he lost.
It's like you put on multiple. You mean
You bet on multiple squares, and you just hope that the ball lands on a good one, and if it doesn't, well, you still have side bets, you know?
Yo.
Now, let's just be good faith to XQC in this one particular instance. One bit of good faith to XQC. Did he know that Sykkuno currently had a girlfriend? I'm going to operate under the assumption that he didn't. Yeah, treating women like a game. What could go wrong? Yeah, true. True, Zane. That is the only bit of good faith that I'm going to give XQC in this particular instance. Still saying, like, I don't know, put your chips on a bunch of different women, see what exactly works out, I think is still kind of, like, a shitty advice. Trying to fucking gamify all of it, I think is kind of shitty. Like, I don't know. Ridiculous?
Dude, the girls are into you 100%.
Can I get a welcome to the jungle?
Dude, you could get a girlfriend a date for like a whole year if you just... What? Yeah, man.
Chat. I trained the man well, chat. Guys. I gave him some golden advice, and he took it to heart, man. What can I say?
Oh, so he thinks what Sykkuno did overall. The problem with this specifically is the fact that he had a girlfriend of 5 years during the whole time, XQC. Again, the only good faith that current XQC saying this right now, I'm not going to give him any good faith. Bro, the allegations have already come out about this specifically. Like, what the fuck are you talking about, bro? Stupid. Fucking ridiculous. I wouldn't expect anything less from this stupid dipshit. So why the fuck would you say that, saying it's actually based? Because we now know, bro, he's been in a relationship for the past 5 years with a fucking girlfriend, a monogamous relationship. So telling him to, I don't know, put a bunch of chips on a bunch of different girls and talk with them to try for the express purpose of trying to get into their pants, kind of fucked up. Here, XQC goes off defending Sykkuno against predator accusations. You can't say this guy's a predator because he cheated. You act like that's some sort of rule. It could be 5 girls, I don't give a shit. If you want to spread yourself thin, so be it. Anime PFP, inaccurate statements, no proof, no receipts. Me too bullshitting. No proof, no receipts? No receipts, huh? No receipts, huh? Is this what no receipts looks like, XQC? Okay, buddy. Nice meme.
You can't say, this guy's a fucking predator, okay? And also, he cheated. And the main thing by being a predator is that he cheated. Well, no, how about we attack one topic at a time, right? If you make the claim of predator, let's focus on that, and I'll address the cheating later. I don't give a shit.
Did you read the document? Did you read the document? Are you too fucking stupid to read a document? That's a rhetorical question. Yes, you are.
At that point, it's more of a whether you're personally hurt by somebody else cheating or not, but that's completely standalone.
You act like there's some sort of rule. Oh dude. You can't do this. You can't talk to 2 girls, you can't talk to 3 girls.
Yo, it could be 5 of them. I don't really give a shit. Okay? You want to spread.
Now, technically speaking, completely out of context, what XQC is saying here is fine. Technically speaking. Problem. Sykkuno had a girlfriend the whole time when he was doing this stuff. And he was doing this using his riches, his fame, his prominence in order to try to get at a bunch of fucking girls. Dumbass.
Yourself thin.
In order for the express purpose of getting a bunch of fucking sexual favors from them. That is a predatory behavior 1-to-1. It was inherently fucking exploitative, XQC.
And I increase the chance, whatever. So fucking be it. I don't give a fuck at that point. Like I said, the cheating is one topic. It's on its own line, and you can approach this any way you want. But this is not. I'm trying to approach the main part of the video, which is manipulator, cheater, predator. That's what we're attacking right now. What are people about him?
So he's talking, okay, because I believe he watched the Mujin video. Like, again, bro, are you reading the document? I think the document makes it rather fucking clear. Like, are we for real? Okay, whatever. I don't really think talking to 5 girls is okay with the context of them not knowing about the other girls. If they know and they are okay with it, that would be a completely different story. That's fair, Zane. I don't 100% disagree with that, right? Right, if there's, like, no knowledge. But the problem is then it becomes, like, I mean, if you let the girls know that you're talking to other girls, then it could be, like, a problem. I mean, it just depends on how they would take it, right? Purely. So, I definitely do agree that you probably should let the girls know. Obviously, that's the fair thing to do. Absolutely. But the reason why a lot of these guys are not going to do that in particular is because, well, the fact that they just want to talk to all these fucking girls at once, right? Like, try to get into all of their pants.
Him warned and got harassed. Anyone? Okay, fuck you.
What the fuck? Okay, hold on. I can't even read this. I dated him from approximately 2015 to 2019. I warned a few people about him at the time, but most people didn't believe me and got harassed for it. Okay? Yeah, I mean, that's... I don't know who this individual is. Duet Raffle. I don't know who that is. But... Sure. I mean, I don't think this is inherently problematic. I'm trying to see, like, what's really the problem with this? Does anyone know how I can get into contact with his girlfriend if she will speak with me? I really want to talk with her. I feel so bad so many people got hurt. Okay. I don't see exactly what the problem with this is. It's very weird.
Harassed.
Mm-hmm. Well, I mean, that's what happens when you call out the behavior of larger content creators. Their sycophantic fans will go out and harass you. That's how that works, XQC. You should probably know about that, XQC. You have a large prominent fan base, XQC. But then again, XQC is just a grifter. He doesn't fucking fundamentally believe in anything.
Fuck you.
Too stupid to fucking read it, but whatever.
Anime PFP, anime PFP, anime PFP, anime PFP, anime PFP. Inaccurate statements, no proof, no receipts.
Bro, your fucking PFP is Winston from Overwatch. Okay, bro.
Dog shit, dogpiling, hashtag MeToo bullshitting. Bro, come on, bro. What the fuck's going on here? I would bet every single thing I have and my organs that this is some fucking bullshit. On God.
Well, I hope you're ready to lose every single fucking thing and all your fucking organs because, dumbass, there was literally a fucking call. Mujin at the beginning of the video said there's a call about this, you fucking moron. So, alright. Organs, money, give me all your shit, please. Thank you. Very, very easy. Fucking stupid moron. Of course, XQC gives props to Sykkuno for showing restraint around women, even though he has status and money. Remove the whole video. All of this part was a waste of time. If anything, considering his status is money, I gotta give him some props for the restraint that he has. Yeah, talking to, like, fucking, like, 50 different girls at a time. Okay, bro. Nice fucking meme. I shouldn't be really surprised by this whatsoever in terms of XQC's fucking behavior. Saying that he's showing restraint? In what way? He was dating he was in a monogamous relationship, flirting with all these girls, hooking up with girls, trying to talk about, like, moving in with them, love bombing them, giving them a bunch of fucking money, doing inherently fucking exploitative, predatory fucking shit. And so you just want to dump on the fucking Mujin's video and trying to say that Sykkuno is showing restraint because of it. Fuck you.
Remove the whole video. All of this part, waste of my time. Absolutely worthless. Even though this exposes DMs, all DMs, whatever, there's nothing wrong with any of it. I can't see one hint of anything bad in it.
Okay, I understand that you're not very intelligent, XQC, but the linchpin of all of this is the fact that she didn't know she had a girlfriend. She was operating under the assumption that he was single. That's the problem, XQC.
If anything, considering his status, his money, and if he is, I gotta give him some props for the restraint that he has and how he conducted himself around somebody. Boom. If anything.
Fucking disgusting. Wouldn't expect anything else from this moron. But what's this? Forzen CD, a clip from Fran. XQC admitting to also being a cheater? Caught, perhaps?
About what happened. About you cheating on me. Can you please confirm or deny?
I will confirm.
Thank you.
I think a lengthy.
About
Cheaters of a feather flock together? Is this all a meme? I have no fucking idea. Let me double check, I'm a little curious. A real quick little article here. XQC and Fran's breakup explained. 27-year-old XQC. When was this? 2022, I believe? Okay. One of the most popular streamers in the world, nearly 12 million followers. While initially XQC rose to prominence in the Overwatch League, because of Overwatch community, XQC made acquaintances with both Fran and, of course, Adept the Best, aka Adept, who was his other girlfriend, that they had a rather messy breakup over. XQC, Fran, and Adept used to be Overwatch Twitch streamers, though they all eventually moved on. Recent drama about the three suggests that XQC and Fran's relationship was rocky, in part due to Adept. This isn't surprising news for most, seeing as Adept and XQC have a complicated history. They were last together in the fall of 2022, but the legal battles have had some people speculating there is more to the story. XQC admitted to cheating with Fran. XQC and Fran were officially confirmed to be dating in early June of 2023, though it was clear that his past relationship with Adept was still affecting him. In a stream during that month, he referenced both women by stating, it's super annoying. It's just I have a new girlfriend. It's been like a living nightmare. While fans of XQC were not quite clued in that his girlfriend was Fran, it was clear he wasn't back with Adept, right? There's a whole fucking messy legal situation. I'm not going to get into that. It doesn't really matter. This proclamation came days after Adept declared she was married to XQC for 3 years, citing a common law marriage. At one point in January, Adept even showed up to XQC's house. He accused them of changing their shared passwords and violating the law. Denied they were ever married. Did manage to take him to court. Filed for a request, $500,000 monthly payments from her ex. The court ruled in favor of XQC. Very simple. Okay, very simple summary of the fucking whole lore there. I don't care about it. Just move on from it. On June 3rd, Fran publicly announced that she and the Canadian streamer were together by posting a photograph of them kissing on her Instagram. As such, the August breakup came as a surprise, since many thought XQC and Fran could be engaged. Some people thought Adept had to do with the breakup. Okay, that sentence is phrased a little weirdly. Since in July, XQC mentioned that he had come to his home without notice. That she had come to his home without notice. He voiced during a stream on August 12th that one of the reasons he broke up with Fran was because of his former roommate, as he did not want somebody else to suffer because of his interactions with Poke. Fran went live on August 13th to air out her grievances because people were asking to hear from her. She went so far to include the drawings to explain the timeline of events. Though Adept had previously claimed XQC was physically abusive, Fran made certain to state that she hadn't experienced any of this. He has never abused me, he has never sexually assaulted me. Well, good for you, XQC. However, Fran did claim that XQC had cheated on her, which he admitted after her audience expressed that they didn't believe her. Of course they didn't, right? Can't believe the fucking woman making a big accusation against a huge fucking goddamn streamer. Happens all the fucking time. I will confirm Will or XQC's exact words during the Discord call, which is this clip right here. I think that pretty much summarizes everything. And it was even insinuated that the cheating happened with Adept. A get back. Interesting. In the past, XQC has taken a strong stance against cheating, so this was astonishing for some. Oh, I'm sure. When exactly the cheating occurred has not yet been confirmed. Cheaters of a feather seem to like to flock together, eh, XQC? All of this is pure fucking projection from him. Would expect no less whatsoever from fucking XQC. And him getting mad at Mujin for this, projection. Period, end of story. What else is there to say? This has been quite the adventure, I have to say, gamers. A very, very long adventure. Based off of the call, based off of this Google document, I think it's fairly obvious to say or maybe not obvious. That's not correct to say. This is a rather massive mountain for Sykkuno to try to climb out of. He admitted to everything within the call. This should pretty much be confirmed, done, easy, and we should all just fucking move on with our lives. Mal, of course, utilizing Mujin as an accelerant for her fucking document is understandable. She is significantly smaller, and if she were to release this without the help of fucking Mujin, what would happen? You would have all these fucking vultures trying to pick at the fucking corpse of this fucking Google document. I think it is fairly obvious and clear that Sykkuno absolutely acted in a rather predatory manner based off of the DMs, patterns of behavior that are being observed. Again, this is just talking about 3 girls specifically. 3 different girls. Bao's friend. A bunch of other people have also come out with their fucking experiences. But Bao's friend, Mal herself, and also Elfilea. Which should be more than enough evidence for all these morons. However, when it comes to people like Mizutamari and all of these other culture vulture little fucking sycophants and dipshits, for them, they never really cared about that whatsoever. For them specifically, it's all fucking content to them. It is all about suckling on the teat of the bigger fucking content creator for the express purpose of being able to signal to their incel dipshit fucking audiences like XQC and also Mizutamari, trying to talk to them specifically saying, nah, we're still one of the good ones. Fuck women, am I right, fellas? But men, haha, men. We love men, don't we? And it's fairly obvious these motherfuckers have taken their sides. Don't let their centrist fucking shtick and bullshit try to fool you. They've made their stance rather fucking clear. All of my sympathies go out specifically to the victims, Mal, Elfilea, Bao's friend, Sykkuno's fucking girlfriend, and to many of the others, unnamed others, who have more than likely been abused by this probable, more than likely, fucking predator. Don't think there's really much else to say besides that.